Requesting Dr. Priyanka Kamal Dhakankar, Secretary, IMA Margao, to escort our guest of honor, Dr. Rufino Montero, to the dais. May I now request our President, Dr. Mrs. Babita Angli Prabhu Desai, to escort our Chief Guest, Dr. Mrs. Geeta Kakurkar, to the dais. May I now request Dr. Samuel to present a floral tribute to our Chief Guest, Dr. Mrs. Geeta Kakurkar. May I now request Dr. Praveen Bhatt to present a floral tribute to our guest of honor, Dr. Rufino Montero. Requesting Dr. Harshad Kamath to present a bouquet to our President, Dr. Mrs. Babita Angli Prabhu Desai. So if I may request you to kindly present a bouquet to our Secretary, Dr. Priyanka Kamal Dhakankar as well. And finally, we would like to request you to felicitate our Treasurer, Dr. Yogesh Shetty as well. Thank you, Dr. Harshad. May I now request Dr. Brennan to present a floral tribute to Mr. Sameer Laini, who is the GM Corporate Relations of Indigo Remedies.
Before the presidential address, let us all stand for the flag salutation, followed by the IMA prayer. We, the members of the Indian Medical Association, stand here to salute our national flag. Its honor and glory shall be our light and strength, and its course shall be our course. We pledge our allegiance to it, and realizing our responsibilities as the accredited members of this national organization, we swear we will dedicate everything in our power to see it fly high in the comity of nations. Jai Hind, long live IMA. Let us all pray in unison the IMA prayer. May happiness come to all. May all be free from disease. May every one of us ensure that no one suffers from pain or sorrow. Neither do I desire the crown, nor heaven, nor rebirth. I only desire to alleviate the sufferings of the creatures burning in the fire of pain or sorrow. Thank you, everyone. You may please be seated. Moving forwards, it is the prerogative of the President to welcome the gathering. As per the Indian Vedic astrology, persons with the name Babita are very intelligent, and it is their intelligence which helps them to win over critical phases in their lifetime. We have been lucky to have one such Babita amongst us who has led the way with panache. May I request our President, Dr. Mrs. Babita Angle Prabhudesai, to kindly do the honors.
A very good evening to all of you. With great respect to the dignitaries sitting on the dais, our Chief Guest, Dr. Mrs. Geeta Kapurkar, Directorate of Health Services, our State Army President, Dr. Rufino Montero, our Secretary of Margao Branch, Dr. Priyanka, Treasurer, Dr. Yogesh Sethi, our guest speakers, Dr. Sanjay Oak, Dr. Ambekar, Dr. Deepak Jivani, all the felicities who have been invited in the audience, and my dear colleagues and all of you who are here. Today I humbly stand before you with pride in my heart to celebrate Mima CME 2022. Last 2 years have been very trying and taxing on all of us. But these 2 years have also brought out the best in us. These 2 years, if you ask yourself, I think they have allowed a lot of introspection within ourselves. And today we as a medical community have to decide the direction in which we are heading by being fair and ethical. Our Mima CME was basically started to commemorate the memory of late Shri Dr. Ramesh Sansgiri, who was a pediatrician of repute practicing then in Mumbai. Dr. Sansgiri was a great friend of Naik and Kare family here in Goa. And whenever he visited Goa, he felt that the doctors in Goa did not have many avenues to avail of advances in medical sciences. Friends, I'm talking about 70s and 80s then. So what he decided, he's in fact penchant for medical or academic knowledge. What he did was he would come from Mumbai at his own cost. He would get doctors of great repute to address CMEs or to talk about medicine and its advances in Goa over here, especially in Margao. And I'm sure Dr. Ambekar sir here is a witness to his journey during that time. To name a few, people or doctors of repute like Dr. Ramurthy, Dr. Bambekar, Dr. Ajit Fatke, Dr. Nandula, these were the stalwarts that would come along with him and give lectures and teach our medical community about the advances in medical sciences. Dr. Ramesh Sansgiri's this NPO was well supported by Kare family over here by organizing the venues for the lectures and by giving him logistic support. This friendship continued for a long time, and ultimately after his demise, Kare family decided that they should do something to keep his memories alive forever. And Mr. Suresh Kare, chairman of Indigo Remedies, decided to institute this oration, which is in his memory, Dr. Ramesh Sansgiri oration, which has been instituted by Mr. Kare, and I think we at IMA Margao are extremely indebted to Kare family and to Indigo Remedies for being a major support to this Mima CME. His daughter, who is the managing director of Indocor Remedies now, Mrs. Aditi Kari Panandikar, she has also been very cooperative and supportive. And I extend my sincere thanks to Indocor Remedies. Their representative, their general manager, corporate is sitting, Mr. Samir Naini is sitting over here. A big thank you to you from Margao IIB. I also extend my gratitude to all the guest speakers who have graciously accepted to be over here and to address the gathering. And I also extend my gratitude to all the felicities today who are over here, who have honored us by accepting our invitation and allow us to felicitate them. So, this is basically a small honor, but this speaks highly of your services to the community ever since you started practicing. And basically, I think, especially after Mima, this is a cause to celebrate life, to celebrate us, and to rejoice for being in this noble profession. Many of our friends and senior colleagues also have their children who are coming into this profession and who are stepping and taking their tiny steps to be in this noble profession. Many of them have finished their MDs, many of them are just starting their practice, and they are also becoming members of this noble profession of IIB Margao. So I welcome them too and extend my greetings to them. Once again, thanks a lot for being over here. Thanks to each one of you for giving us support and cooperation. Thanks to our dignitaries seated on the days of the days. Thank you so much. Namaskar, Dev Bari Guru. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. No function can start without the lighting of a traditional lamp. The stage resembles the seat of knowledge. Through the speaker on the stage, it is God that actually performs the service of imparting knowledge. Lighting the lamp is, in a way, an invocation of the waves of knowledge that are activated on the stage. May I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come down and light the inaugural lamp. Kindly garland Dr. Sanskri's photograph, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
At this point, I would like to mention a quote by Jane Fonda. She said, "You can run an office without a boss. You can run an office without a boss, but you can't run an office without a secretary." So very true, isn't it? As the legend goes, Emperor Akbar would not have been able to run his kingdom if it wasn't for the able advice of his ever-dependable minister, Birbal. Margao is lucky enough to have a dynamic personality like Dr. Priyanka Kamat Dhakankar as its secretary. I would now like to request Dr. Priyanka to give a brief, concise report of the various activities of the Margao IMA.
A very good evening to the esteemed members on the days, of the days, my senior colleagues, my friends and all the delegates who gathered here today to attend our Mima CAP. I deem it my genuine pleasure to present this activity report for the year 21-22 of IMA Margao. Ever since we took over the office, we are working tirelessly to take IMA Margao to greater heights. And as COVID struck the world in 2020 and toppled it upside down, it has taken a toll on the health of the healthcare providers. Doctors may be government setup and private setup. It has taken a tremendous toll. So when we took over the office of IMA Margao in 2021, our major aim was to take care and protect the healthcare providers. IMA Margao played an important role in streamlining the vaccination process of the doctors and the staff, maybe the nursing staff, nursing homes, as well as the clinics. And it helped in providing, we made sure that each and every member got the dose at the earliest. Teleconsultation services which were provided by IMA Margao, we played a humongous role and gave teleconsultation free services to more than 4,000 COVID patients who were home isolated. And this was during the peak when COVID and all the hospitals and the healthcare setup, that is government as well as private, were overburdened. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks to our IMA Margao members who have provided this teleconsultation services voluntarily, saved lives of many by appropriate advice and the referral services which were done. And to make general public aware about COVID and the post-COVID sequelae, we at IMA Margao created educational videos wherein different faculty and stream doctors were interviewed by us, and this has reached the general public, so that it has created awareness, early recognition of symptoms and early treatment. Of course, COVID has taught us to go digital, and that is how IMA Margao went a step ahead, and we created our own domain and we created a YouTube channel so that our online CMEs could be done with ease. In the first half of 2021, we had 6 online CMEs, and in the next half we had hybrid mode of CMEs so that social distancing could be maintained, and that has provided our IMA Margao members 10 CME credit points from the Goa Medical Council. The state IMA provided us with oxygen concentrators last year to take care of the COVID patients, and these oxygen concentrators are stationed at Horizon Hospital, where the patients who are needy, who require oxygen support at home, can take the advantage of this, and many patients are benefiting out of it. We organize several health talks, awareness campaigns and programs, health camps, and our motto last year was the adolescent health, because this was a sector of the society during pandemic, during lockdown, who faced tremendous We organized health talks and opening Bhasha Mandal, wherein adolescent health, nutrition, well-being was addressed. Cardinal College, where adolescent mental health was taken care of. So also kite flying activity that was conducted on the occasion of International Adolescent Health Week. Awareness campaigns also included a cycle rally that was organized by IMA Margao, but it was a state-level program and it was a mark of protest against the mixophony bill that was passed by the government. At IMA Margao, we feel all work and no play makes a doctor a dull individual. So we've had our fun-filled activities as well. IMA Margao participated in the Jimacon dance competition, wherein the senior members as well as junior members of IMA, we got the second prize in this dance competition. A virtual Doctors' Day celebration was done on the 1st of July, where our members showcased their talents, may it be singing, dancing, culinary skills, sports, and so on. It was a grand success. In the year 22, we began with a blood donation camp at Hospicio Hospital Blood Bank. There was a diabetes detection camp that was conducted along with Senior Citizen Forum of India. On the occasion of World TB Day, a health awareness program was conducted in association with Horizon Hospital. On the occasion of National Girl Child Day, there was a talk that was held on prudent along with the State IMA President Dr. Rupin and WTW President Dr. Shraddha, myself Dr. Priyanka. And on the occasion of World Autism Day, we conducted a health camp for the children with autism in Jones School, where kids with autism were given adequate medical advice, nutritional supplements, and this was on the occasion of World Autism Day. We've organized as yet 4 physical CMEs and 1 online CME till date. Another important issue that we've tackled as IMA Margao, our organization, was the biomedical waste management and the biotech services. A meeting was arranged with officials of the Goa Pollution Control Board and biotech so that the registration process eased out for our members. And a 2-day session was also conducted at Sunshine Hospital so that the registrations can be done with these individuals at ease. I thank the Sunshine Hospital staff for providing support during this time. In the pipeline are activities like a mega health camp, which we are planning to have in the rural areas of Margao and Purway village, which is the adopted village of IMA Margao. So also we are trying to streamline the process of acquiring the trade licenses and the work on clinical establishment act. Our Margao Women's Wing, that is the WTW Margao, under the leadership of Dr. Samita Prabhudesai and Dr. Jagruti Naktari, Dr. Sunaina Sheikh, are doing marvelous activities as far as awareness programs and community services are conducted. We conducted a multi-speciality camp at Gogon, Margao, where more than 60 female beneficiaries were there and doctors from different fraternity provided their services. Various cancer detection camps have also been conducted, and recently they also conducted a cervical cancer detection camp where PET smears were done in the ladies. Also, various health days have been celebrated by creating awareness programs on radio stations as well as programs like poster competition for the general public, so that awareness is created about this World Health Day and different days. Our women doctors not only participate in academics but also excel in extracurricular activities. To top it all, we have the Jerusalem Dance Challenge. The photos will be put up here. So the Jerusalem Dance Challenge was the talk of the town when more than 26 ladies of IMA Margao participated, age no bar, senior, junior members, and it was well appreciated by all. Also, a recent activity that is a fit for all that was conducted on the occasion of International Women's Day, where lady doctors participated and had swimming, yoga and other activities. So to sum it all, I would like to say that it is not how much you do, but how much love you put into the doing that matters. IMA Margao will strive to work for the betterment of its members and the community as a whole. Thank you. Long live IMA. Jai Hind.
Excellent work, Dr. Priyanka. Thank you very much.
The secret behind an awesome recovery is a doctor who is simply extraordinary. Let us take a few moments to acknowledge such dedicated healthcare workers who have gone above and beyond to serve suffering individuals and given them a new life through their years of practice. In those times, it was very difficult to start one's own private practice. It is because of their sheer dedication, passion, and zeal that they have stood the test of time and are still providing quality care to their beloved patients. Keeping up with this tradition, the committee has selected 6 prominent doctors from the medical fraternity from the Margao IMA who have done yeoman service for the society. They will now be felicitated at the hands of our Honorable Chief Guest and Guest of Honor. The dignified personalities are Dr. Karno Gracious, Consultant Obstetrician and Gynecologist, Dr. Enid Desar Miranda, Practicing Psychiatrist, Dr. Damodar Lotikar, Consultant Orthopedic Surgeon, Dr. Ninette Menezes, Consultant Obstetrician and Gynecologist, Dr. Deepak Lavande, Consultant Obstetrician and Gynecologist, and Dr. Mrs. Horia Tellis, Consultant Ophthalmic Surgeon.
Our first target to be felicitated is none other than Dr. Karmo Gracious. Dr. Karmo Gracious passed his diploma in obstetrics and gynecology from the College of Physicians and Surgeons, Bombay in 1971 and completed his MD from Nagpur University in 1973 through Nagpur Government Medical College. Dr. Gracious has been practicing at Gracious Maternity Hospital, Margao since 1973. He is a fellow of Indian College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists as well of the International College of Surgeons. He has also specialized in obstetric and gynecological medical ultrasound, which he has been doing independently since many years. Dr. Gracious is also a member of various clubs and associations in Goa and is definitely a living legend in the field of obstetrics and gynecology. On a personal note, I would like to say a big thank you, sir, for delivering me safely into this world. May I now request the chief guest, Dr. Geeta Kakurkar, and the guest of honor, Dr. Rufino Montero, to kindly felicitate Dr. Karmo Gracious.
I would request Dr. Karmo Gracious, on behalf of all the felicities, to say a few words. On behalf of all the others, so the others, I'm sorry, will not get a chance to speak. Dr. Karmo, will you please do the honors?
All the members of the dais, my respected colleagues, brothers and sisters. I would have said boys and girls, but there are no boys and girls here. All are doctors. I firstly would like to thank the Almighty Jesus, my Creator, for giving me good health and strength to be present before you all for this function of felicitation. I would also like to thank all of you for giving me this privilege and honor after having been in OBGY practice for over 50 years in the city of Margao, where I was born, bred and educated. I've seen many ups and downs of the Mima. I remember 50 years back, Mima hardly existed and was run by a handful of about 10 doctors. I was then appointed a secretary by Dr. Peregrine Costa. I don't know whether you all know him, who was also the president at that time. I fondly recall our afternoon meetings that used to take place on the first floor of the Margao Urban Center. Today I am proud to see the tremendous growth that Mima has had over the years. Now with its own office, especially with dynamic president like Dr. Babita, who has been working so hard. My heart goes out to the efforts put in by the young managing team. I'm hoping that one day Mima will rise to be the best society in India. Now a small advice for all the busy doctors with even busier practices. Your family and children need you more than you can imagine. You shape their identities and relationships, so do not forget to spend quality time with them. Lastly, the best thing about our future that it comes one day at a time. So instead of being worried about tomorrow, what it will bring, let us focus on what we can bring to our today. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Karma Gracious, for the valuable insight.
Our next felicity. Dr. Init Nisam Miranda pursued a post-graduation in psychiatry through the Bombay University in 1984. She worked in different capacities in GMC and the Institute of Psychiatry and Human Behaviors at the Alpine Pageant. After her marriage, she moved to Margao and is into private practice since the last 34 years. Besides being the director of Miranda Hospital and a visiting lecturer at the Victor College of Nursing, she was also an honorary doctor at Daddy's Home for children with special needs. She was actively involved in the teleconsultation initiative of the Margao IMA during the COVID pandemic and loves her hobbies as much as she loves her profession. Congratulations, Dr. Init.
Our next felicity is Dr. Damodar Lotekar. Dr. Damodar Lotekar completed his MBBS and MS Ortho from Goa Medical College through Bombay University in 1981 and 1986 respectively. Thereafter, he worked as a senior resident at JMC before starting his full-fledged private practice in Margao. He also worked as an honorary orthopedic surgeon at ESI Hospital for 3 years. May I now request the chief guest and the guest of honor to kindly felicitate Dr. Damodar.
Congratulations, Dr. Damodar. Dr. Ninette Arauj E. Menezes completed her MBBS from Grant Medical College in 1966. She subsequently secured registration for MD Obstetrics and Gynecology at the JJ Hospital, Grant Medical College, Mumbai, but she could not complete the course due to family commitments. She married Dr. Arkanj Menezes in 1971 and together they established Dr. Menezes Nursing Home to provide surgical, gynecological and obstetric care to the society. Dr. Menezes Hospital was the first hospital to procure an ultrasound machine in Goa in 1984. Dr. Ninette was actively involved in the Margao IMA in its early years. She retired from active service since 2019. Unfortunately, Dr. Ninette could not attend the felicitation personally due to ill health, but she has sent across her greetings. IMA Margao will be visiting her personally at home to felicitate her.
The next fellow to be felicitated is Dr. Deepak Lavande. Dr. Lavande passed his MBBS from Goa Medical College and later completed his PGO, MD, BFP, FCPS in Mumbai at KM and Wadi hospitals. He was awarded with 2 gold medals for his academic excellence. He is currently practicing at Dr. Lavande's hospital, Ake, and has 40 glorious years of service to his credit, which includes safe deliveries of my 2 brothers as well. It is said that when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving may be in secret. Dr. Deepak Lavande is one such philanthropist we would like to acknowledge today for all his contributions to the society. May I now request the chief guest and the guest of honor to kindly felicitate Dr. Deepak Lavande. Our last felicity is Dr. Haria Tellis. Dr. Haria Tellis passed her MBBS in 1979 and completed her diploma in ophthalmology in 1982. She worked in the DHS for 32 years and retired in 2014 as a senior ophthalmologist. She is currently into private practice and loves dancing, stitching, and traveling besides ophthalmology. It is indeed a proud moment for all ophthalmologists in Goa, including myself, to see our senior ophthalmic surgeon being honored. May I now request the Chief Guest and the Guest of Honor to kindly felicitate Dr. Henry.
Congratulations to all the felicities. We would now like to request the dignitaries present for the inaugural function to kindly address the gathering. Our guest of honor for today's function, Dr. Rufino Montero, is a practicing doctor at Manipal Hospital, Donapauda. He completed his MBBS from Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute in 1982 and has a vast experience of 37 years in this field. He has been appointed the Goa State IMA President this year, 2022. He has been also actively involved in many social, medical and religious organizations. May I present to you Dr. Rufino Montero. Sir, you may now address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, Director of Health Services, Dr. Geeta Kapoor, Margao IMA President, Dr. Bhavita Angle and her team, all senior doctors and colleagues of mine in the audience, and dear friends. Indeed, it is a very glorious and joyous moment today because Mima has returned back to where it was after a lull of 2 years. And as we were interacting before the meeting began, we are still limping back slowly to normalcy after devastating COVID pandemic. And occasions like this give us an opportunity to meet one another. For so long we have been away from each other. The social interaction that we were missing is beginning. Besides, of course, furthering our medical knowledge through the stalwarts who will be delivering their lectures, their pearls of wisdom at this stage today. And as very rightly said, Margao IMA has been doing a wonderful job. The numerous activities and above all, the dedication and the enormous work put in during COVID, not only by Margao IMA members but our doctor community throughout the state, has been really very, very wonderful, putting lives at risk. Our doctors have gone ahead and attended to the patients. We had a few casualties, no doubt, but that is what was expected. We in the IMA do a lot of activities, educational activities for our doctors and community activities for the betterment of the people at large. But very important is that we doctors should be united. We doctors should try and stay strong among ourselves to see that we are able to overcome the various challenges we face. Violence against doctors, then we had the biomedical waste management, and now we are having the Clinical Establishment Act that is coming. Besides that, now
the NMC draft is already being circulated, and by the 22nd of this month, we have to give suggestions what we would like to change in the NMC draft. It is pointless to try to change anything once the NMC rules and regulations come into place. So it is our earnest request to each and every one of you enlightened doctors to go through those NMC rules and regulations draft that is being circulated and give us a valuable suggestions. Many minds put together can give us lot of knowledge, lot of wisdom how to go about it. And we are already asking every branch to send their representatives for a meeting that we are having next Saturday. Anybody interested in that also may join us at the International Center at Donna Paula at 7 p.m. where we will deliberate and we will accept the suggestions that you all would like to put forth to the NMC. Please go to the draft regulations and let us give some valuable inputs, because there are many things that need to be tweaked, that need to be changed for the benefit of doctors. Similarly, in the Clinical Establishment Act, we have the North Goa Committee, we have the South Goa Committee, and we have the State Committee where our doctors are there on it. So if anything has to be changed, please refer to your representatives, whatever problems we may be having, so that we can have a better CA implementation in the days to come. And the unity among doctors is very, very important. We have to work for the betterment of our doctor community. Many a times we fight over petty issues, which is not the right thing. Ultimately, we all will face the music like it is for me today, for you tomorrow. And let us put in all our suggestions, whether it be for CEA, whether it be for the NMC, whether it be for the medical council that we have in Goa. There are certain things to be done, improved. So let us all get united and see that things are done for the betterment of our community and we don't fight against each other over petty issues. I compliment Margao IMA, Dr. Babita Angle, as her name Babita. She has lived up to her name. I compliment her and her team for organizing this conference. It is no mean job to organize a conference. We need the support of our members. We need the support of the pharma companies, without whom it is very difficult to organize any events like this. So thank you, Dr. Babita, for giving me a chance to speak here, to be here as the guest of honor, and wish you all the best, not only today, but every day. Long live IMA.
Thank you, Dr. Rufino, for your valuable insights.
Up next, we have with us Mr. Samir Daini, who is the GM Corporate Relations of Indigo Remedies. Indigo has been the backbone of Mima from the time of its inception. Indigo Remedies began its journey locally by establishing its headquarters in Mumbai and has over the years established its name globally in over 55 countries. IMA Margao will always remain grateful to its chairman, Mr. Suresh Kare, and Mrs. Aditi Kare Panadikar, who happens to be the managing director. May I now request Mr. Samir Daini to kindly address the gathering.
Good evening, respected doctors on the dais and all the doctors. It is our privilege indeed to serve IMA Margao and Mima. It's been a long association, and thank you once again for giving us an opportunity to serve Mima this year also, and I'll share about best of services in the coming years also. Indoco is very much a Goan company, and now today it's spreading its wings over globe for over 55 countries, including pan-India. And the roots of the empire are right from Goa itself, when Mr. Govind Ramnath Kare, he founded Indoco way back in 1947. 23rd August 1947, he founded Indoco in Goa itself. So, जैसे भारत अपनी आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है, इंडोको अपनी स्थापना का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है. So this is our platinum jubilee year. So I'm extremely thankful for all Goa doctors for making Indoco what it is today. 1,500 crore company, and then having its operations over 55 countries. And our top management, Mr. founder Mr. Govind Ramnath Kare and chairman Mr. Suresh Kare, he is also now completing 62 years as chairman of Indoco. It's, I think, a record of its own kind that any person leading any organization for so long. So he's extremely attached with Goa, and whenever it comes to any activity in Goa, maybe in pharmaceutical or CSR, corporate social responsibility, the rule has come in picture now. But for Indoco, it is from the beginning. There was no rule required for Indoco for CSR activities. So he's extremely involved in all those activities. And our managing director, Aditi Kare Padandikar, she is associated with Indoco since last 30 years odd. And Mr. Sandeep V. Bambolkar is our joint managing director. And Indoco 75 years today, and we are looking forward to Indoco to making it another younger organization, not 75 years old, but 75 years young, enthusiastic and bolder organization going ahead. And for that, we require your support, and then we can actually serve you still better. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best, and we assure of our services in all our future endeavors also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Samir.
As our chief guest for this evening, we have with us Dr. Mrs. Geeta Kakurkar, the Director of Health Services. Dr. Geeta Kakurkar completed her MBBS and MD in Preventive and Social Medicine from the Goa Medical College. She was associated with the PSM department in Goa Medical College from 1988 to 1991. She has worked in several capacities as medical officer, health officer, chief medical officer, medical superintendent, deputy director from 1991, and is currently the director of health services. May I present to you Dr. Mrs. Geeta Kakurkar. Madam, it is now your privilege to address.
I am a Goa State President, Dr. Rufino Montero, President, I am a Margao, Dr. Babita, Dr. Yogesh and Dr. Priyanka, eminent speakers of today, Dr. Oak, Dr. Ambedkar, Dr. Jumani, Samir Daini, General Manager of Indoco, and all members of IMA and all my friends and colleagues present here. First of all, let me tell you that I do not have a scripted speech because I consider myself to be between in friends and colleagues. I started out as an IMA Margao member, but subsequently transferred to CTS because it was closer to where I was staying. So I also consider myself one of you. I have attended many of these Mima CMEs, but there was a hiatus, and of course in the last 2 years there was no Mima. So we sort of missed meeting each other in these surroundings and talking about whatever is going on in besides our professional lives, whatever is going on in our personal lives. So I see many people whom I know 2 years older, and myself also 2 years older. So Dr. Babita has given me ownership of the dais for this dais for 5 minutes. So I'll make use of it for only 5 minutes because I'm sure you want to listen to the speakers because the topics are really so interesting. No speech is minus COVID. I won't go through all the things that happened in the 3 years, of which we were like the front bench, not even the front bench, we were participating in the chaos, madness and the stress and everything. So in this, I would like to thank the IMA for helping the Directorate of Health Services during this period by, she has said about conferencing with the patients, counseling the patients, and many other activities which you have done. And also I congratulate the team of Margao IMA who has set into motion and started the Mima again. So like I said, we cannot, any speech cannot be without COVID. So in COVID, what I would like to speak about is, we can never be prepared. Our preparedness for such a vast devastation, for such a vast calamity. But we have to again revisit our disaster policies and see how we can be prepared in case such things happen. Now what has happened is, COVID is one thing. Now we are having other zoonotic diseases also coming in the human population, like monkeypox, and I don't know what is there in the future for us. So we have to again revisit our preparedness and see how we can cope in the future for such calamitous circumstances. Besides, what I would like to say is, we thought COVID was over. Most of us are maskless. And again, we see a slight resurgence of cases. The good thing is, no new variant has come. We have a genomic sequencing lab now, which I am very proud to say, in District Hospital Azilo. And the same BA2 variant is circulating. When we had such a large third wave, I would really, it's a matter of speculation, why the cases are rising again. The last wave was just 4 months back. And second, about vaccination, though there are many opinions, it still, I would still say that it gave us some protection against the third wave, where the deaths were less, where the hospitalizations were very less. And I really hope that no new variant turns up in the future. But of course, it is a matter of speculation about why we are seeing a marginal rise in cases. But it is always better to be safe than sorry. So yesterday we addressed the public regarding the issues of COVID protocol to be followed. Avoiding if you have to go to a large gathering, see that you are safe with a mask and with all the protocols which are there. And of course, vaccination also is a kind of armor. When I saw the topic for today about COVID, romancing COVID, I'm really, I don't know how we can romance such a dangerous partner. So I'm really waiting to hear. It is about the experiences of the doctor, I believe. But even when two partners are incompatible, the law gives us some reprieve. But here we are left with an incompatible partner who doesn't seem to go away. So I would really like to hear about the talks today. So I think my 5 minutes are over. I wish you all the best, and let us pray that we don't have any more big waves or things which has already which we have gone through. I don't think anyone has the capacity to go through again. So once again, I thank Margao IMA for giving me this opportunity to be here and to speak to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you.
May I now request our President, Dr. Babita Angli Prabhu Desai, to please hand over the mementos to our guest of honor, Dr. Rufino Montero. Our chief guest, Dr. Geeta Kaporkar. and Mrs. Samir Rainey. Thank you, Dr. Mima.
While preparing my speech, I stumbled upon a slogan used for an election campaign for the post of a treasurer. It read, "Count on someone who can count." On that note, I would like to request our ever reliable and dependable treasurer of Margao, IMA, Dr. Yogesh Shetty, to propose the vote of thanks as we near the conclusion of our inaugural function.
Good evening all. Thank you. It's such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by the heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who bless us with their presence. Thank you. A special thank you to our honorable chief guest, Dr. Mima, Director of Health Service, Goa State. We are enlightened with your kind words and we hope for your continued support to Margao IMA. It is a great pleasure to host you at our organization as guest of honor, respected Dr. Rufino Montino, Goa IMA State President. Thank you very much, sir. Many thanks to our principal sponsor, Indoco Remedies. Thank you to Head Corporate Affairs Chief, Mr. Samir Lani. Thank you very much for your continuous annual sponsorship for our Mima. Thank you very much. Thanks to General Manager Amay of Tata Motors for being a co-sponsor. Thank you to Radiance Diagnostic, Dr. Mazhar, for his kind co-sponsorship. Thanks again to Magnum Diagnostic for their kind sponsorship. Thank you to members of other branches of Goa IMA for your presence. Again, I want to thank Nanutel for the Metropole Hall, accommodation for our speakers and catering services. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Friday for taking care of our accounts and registration. Thank you to Mr. Dr. Dhon for monitoring the registration and for being our star bird for all the Mima CME. Thank you to Pintu Vishwas for managing the information technology and all the slides, your videos, everything. Thank you to Jacqueline and Sister for our hostess. We are blessed to have presence of great doctors, speakers from Mumbai, Dr. Sanjay Rao, Dr. Yashwant Ambekar, and Dr. Deepak Jumani, who are here to share their vast knowledge and insight about this noble field of medicine. We will forever remain grateful to you and we thank you for being with us today. Thank you very much. At the end, I would like to take this opportunity to thank members of our executive committee who supported to organize this great conference after a gap of 2 years. If time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. Thank you to all of you for your presence and making this event successful. Thank you very much. And thank you to competitors Dr. Preeti and Dr. Nikhil Tama. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Yogesh, and thank you, dear colleagues, for your patient hearing. Now, we will take a break of 10 minutes, after which we will be gathering once again for the academic session. Kindly come back soon, क्योंकि पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. There are a couple of spot prizes which will be announced just after the break, so please come back soon. Thank you. We would like our felicities to kindly come up to the dais, please. Our felicities, our 6 felicities. We would like to take a group picture. Dr. Karmo Gracious, Dr. Inid, Dr. Palya, Dr. Damu Lokikar, Dr. Deepak Lamade. Please come to the dais, please. Rajesh Naik has 15. Dr. Vinay Savekar has 9. Dr. Shalan has 11. Dr. Dominic has 12. So far Rajesh Naik has the most. There is no cheating. There is no cheating. No. Put it back. Okay. It's already cheating. Rajesh Naik. Dr. Rajesh Naik gets the prize. Come, Dr. Rajesh Naik. At the hands of our President. Wow! Rajesh Naik gets a gift voucher for a salon and spa. Cheers to you, Dr. Rajesh. And now we are starting with the academic session. I would kindly request all those who are standing behind to take your seats and maintain silence, please. So let us now take our seats and proceed with the academic session. As you all know, if you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. But if you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. Dear colleagues, never stop learning because life never stops teaching. With these very thoughts in mind, the committee decided to choose a panel of specialists and super specialists well known in their respective fields, who would not only enlighten us now, but also rejuvenate each one of us with their ocean of knowledge. Our first speaker, the Dr. Ramesh Sanskri Memorial, which is the key event of the academic session, and to which each of us is looking forward to, will be delivered by a very well-known personality who is both nationally as well as internationally acclaimed. May I now call upon Dr. Samuel to introduce Dr. Sanjay Oak, our first speaker for the academic session.
Good evening all. Today I have been given the privilege to introduce a illustrious personality from medical, social and literary circle. Dr. Sanjay Oak, a name par excellence. My earliest memory of Dr. Oak is his name mentioned in my house as he was my mother's batchmate in Miraj Medical College. A famous quote says, "Life is what we make it, always has been, always will be." Dr. Sanjay Oak has vast credentials, experiences and success. He is Fellow Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh, Fellow International College of Surgeons, Fellow of Association of Surgeons of India, Fellow of Minimal Access Surgeon of India, Fellow of National Academy of Medical Sciences, Fellow of College of Physicians and Surgeons. Dr. Oak is a renowned pediatric surgeon of nearly 37 years of clinical standing in the faculty. He has a rich experience of health sector administration of 16 years. Dr. Oak joined Government Medical College, Miraj in 1977 and held a very illustrious academic career, winning several awards and distinction in pharmacology, forensic medicine and general surgery. He did Masters in General Surgery and subsequently his Masters in Pediatric Surgery. He has awarded honorary FRCS by Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh. He has published more than 250 scientific papers in pediatric surgery and laparoscopy. Surgery in children in journals of international repute has also contributed a health administration and university education. He has written 51 books in Marathi and English. He has been very sought after columnist in Sunday Lok Sabha for 8 years. He has been a prolific orator and has been a mentor and a role model for several young medical students. He has been awarded by B.C. Roy National Award in year 2005. Dr. Oak has successfully separated conjoined twins and has performed several complex surgeries, establishing a liver transplant unit in KEM, setting up a medical simulation laboratory, a virtual classroom, research laboratory and schools of autistic children in DNMC and DYP University, acquiring ASO and NAAC accreditation in BYNL, PAR and DYPU is his notable achievements. Dr. Oak established RT-PCR lab and a new OPD building in Park. As a philanthropist, from 2017, Government of Maharashtra authorized him to form a team and operate at Civil and Sub-District Hospital at Alibag, Shahpur, and he also contributed pediatric surgical services for poor and needy children in Konkan belt for conducting monthly operative camps at Derawan Taluka, Chiprun since 2012 and Kudal at Sindhudurg. Every year, Dr. Oak and his team perform more than 700 surgeries free in these centers, and children from downtrodden lot of society benefit their surgical expertise. He has been awarded by Dr. V.C. Roy National Award for Medical Excellence in Development of Super Speciality, Hari Om Ashram Prerit Rangachari Award of Original Research, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Award for Social Contribution, Sant Dhaneshwar Award for Literary Contribution in Marathi, Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak Puraskar for Social Contribution in Public Health, Nemigowda Patil Award for Social Contribution in Corona Work. Without much delay, I request Dr. Sanjay Oak sir to come forward and annex his oration.
May I now request our President, Dr. Babita Angle Prabhudesai, to present the medallion, the bouquet and the scroll to Dr. Sanjay Oak and lead him to the podium. Sir, you will have to wear the medallion during the speech. Thank you, Dr. Babita.
Good evening, dear friends. Let me have the first slide and the lights deep down. Goa is very, very close to heart. It's usually I make about 3 trips every year for some or the association calling to give a lecture or some workshop. So when the call came this time from Suyog, I just could not have said no. Why does one come to Goa? One comes to Goa for sea, surf, sand, sun and spirits. But I say this time because of one more S, and that was Suyog. You were the reason for this. Dear friends, I joined medical life on 8th of December 1977 in Government Medical College, Miras. And since then it has been precisely about 45 years of nothing else but medicine. And by God's grace and blessings, I think innumerous awards and orations I have been able to deliver. I've lost count of my orations and stopped further updating that in my CV. But something that I must quote, the first ever award that I got in medicine in 1978 was in the name of late Dr. Arvatigi Suyog Spalwar. This was an award for excellent oratory skills in a competition held at Miraj. It was pan-Maharashtra competition. And Suyog, I still cherish that shield and the cup which bears your late father's photograph. Could not have said no to you. The second close association, as he rightly mentioned, was Dr. Sarojini, his mother. She was my co-house surgeon. We used to call her Arvati Madam because she was senior to us. We toiled together for 3 years in Mission Hospital in our surgical residency. She had a family. Both of them were in shorts, and there was so much of things to be done in the home and family. Not even once Arvati Madam asked for concessions or leaves. I still cherish that wonderful work that you, your mom and I have done together. So I just could not have said no when you invited. Let us say something about the title. I know all of you, including your director, Dr. Geeta Madam, remarked that how can one romance with COVID? Dear friends, in the next 45 minutes, I'm going to show you that COVID was not all that bad. It has done a lot of good things. It has brought the Indian health sector on a different parameter. It has set new priorities for us, and it has also helped us establish a new culture of approach and behavior from leadership in health sector. So when I say romance, I don't have limit meaning of a man-woman romance, but it's the whole romance that exists in human life. And again, this title came from Suyo. On the phone, I was asking him, Suyo, what do you want me to speak? I'm sure he very casually said, Sir, COVID में romance के बारे में बोलिए. But today, I'm going to deliver the oration thinking as to what do I mean out of this romance. This romance, as one of the subsequent slides will explain, is an acronym to me. You will remember our first MBBS days. Tall Himalayas are never dry places. That was the way we remembered Tiberis, Anteater and so many other things. Romance to me, in COVID, it's that kind of an acronym I'll share with you in some time. Let me pay my respects to Dr. Ramesh Sansgiri, an eminent pediatrician, my counterpart. If I am a pediatric surgeon, the very existence of my faculty, sustainability and the further growth depended on such illustrious people. And I am so happy to share today this with Ambedkar sir. He was a pillar for Bombay Hospital. He was actually a teacher of my teachers. There are literally mentions that he influenced Dr. S.M. Merchant and Dr. P.M. Udani. So he existed in that era. And when pediatrics was trying to separate out as an independent entity, here was someone, and that was Dr. Ramesh Sansgiri. He was a teacher par excellence. See, in medical field, I've been a teacher for the past 37 years, and every year I get about 2 MCH postgraduate students. There are at least about 28, 29 boys and girls who have passed. And in my life, I have gone through probably all the high positions that one may be lucky to get in public sector, which I served in Maharashtra for 27 years, and private sector, which I have been serving for last 12 years. I've done everything as a dean, director of health, a vice chancellor of a university, a CEO of Aga Khan Foundation, everything. But nothing stands. The only thing that stands in me is the teacher. So when I see a teacher like Dr. Sansgiri, who makes all the efforts to come down from Mumbai to Goa, it's not only teaching, it is sharing knowledge. It is making your colleagues come to that point of updating and keeping your razors sharp, keeping the social consciousness and believing in CLEs. I was trying to get more and more information about him, and I stumbled upon a beautiful paragraph. I'm going to read it out verbatim by verbatim. This is written by none other than another illustrious doctor of yesteryears, late Dr. Gujraj is a very, very respected anesthesiologist from Mumbai. And I read what Dr. Gujraj has written. As a student, I was attending a pediatric term under Dr. Sansgiri in a hospital for children. A child in a rather serious condition was being examined, and Dr. Sansgiri asked me to write down on a piece of paper all the medicines that were to be given to the child. I made a note of them, and as we were leaving the ward, I saw the child's father and handed over the prescription note to him. He was a poor man and did not even wear chappals. The banyan he wore was torn, and the poverty was written all over his face. He was looking at us as if we were his last hope for his ailing child. I just handed over the prescription when Dr. Sansgiri noticed it, snatched it away from him, and then he turned to me and said, "What do you think you are doing? You think you have done your job by asking him to buy all those drugs for his child? The moment we are gone, he will tear the note into pieces because he has no money to buy the drugs, and he will feel all the more miserable. That is all that we would have achieved by examining the child?" questioned Dr. Sansgiri to Dr. Bojraj. He then took out a 100-rupee note from his purse and told me to accompany the man to the chemist shop just opposite the hospital and buy the prescribed medicines. He then instructed his house physician to start the treatment immediately and to see that there was no break in continuity of the medicines. Whenever he required funds, the house surgeon was to ring up Dr. Ramesh Sansgiri. Then he turned to me and said, and I quote here, that this needs to be remembered as a message from Dr. Sansgiri till we are alive and practice medicine. And he says, "Our duty is not ended with examining a patient and prescribing treatment. It is our moral duty and obligation to see that the treatment is carried out, even if outside help is called for." I ask, how many medical practitioners have given thought to this aspect of medical treatment and relief? I am good. You heard of Suyog talking about me doing every Sunday for last 12 years operations in various corners of Maharashtra as an official designated by Maharashtra state government. And we end up operating about 700 to about 1,000 cases. The gap came for the last 2 years because of COVID. Because most of those hospitals where we operate were converted into COVID centers. But now the things have restarted. And when I was preparing for this oration, when I came across this note, I felt a common thread being established between my work and what Dr. Ramesh Sansgiri sir professed. This is empathy, dear friends, which we need to carry out. So we have been out of lockouts and lockdown. Now for last 2 years, I was the chief, and I am the chief yet, of Maharashtra State COVID Task Force. Let me give you a brief of this. It started on 11th of April at 11 p.m. I was sleeping peacefully. I was the chief of Aga Khan Foundation and Prince Ali Khan Hospital. And I was sleeping peacefully in my room when a phone rang up. And on the other side was Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Uddhavji Thackeray. And in his very typical style, he asked me, "Bala Dr. Oak, मी ही लढाई लढणार आहे, तुम्ही माझ्याबरोबर आहात का?" There is no way at 11 p.m. you can say no to your Honorable Chief Minister. So I started. And then on the next day we picked up 11 doctors all from different walks of medicine. Few were pulmonologists, few were critical care specialists, somebody was endocrinologist and diabetic specialist, somebody was nephrologist. And in the last 2 years, on every Monday, we met virtually. The meetings were orchestrated with absolute precision of a proper agenda, taking cognizance of every word being printed in the medical literature. When we used to scrutinize Lancet, Science, BMZ, infectious disease journals, and everything that was getting printed on a research frontier. The job entrusted to us initially was to classify the hospitals as COVID and non-COVID and suggest a protocol for management. This was in April 2020, when we were starting to see significant number of deaths. We were still in the first wave, and the second wave was to hit us. So when I say romancing with COVID, it started with this group coming together. We argued, we fought. But at the end of these 2 hours, there was a decoction of what is to be done in the state of Maharashtra, and I never slept till I created an advisory and posted it to Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Health Secretary by about 11:30 to 12. The funniest part was, almost on all days, at about 1 o'clock in the night, Honorable Chief Minister rings up, tells me something new that he has overheard or come across from UK or some other country, asking me if this is possible, asking me questions on why that advisory contains one particular clause, asking me if some other pathy can participate, asking me to define the strategies of testing, planning how to set up the laboratories, and this has continued till last night. Phenomenal work was done in Maharashtra, and today I can say, even though we are watching the probable emergence of cases again now, that India as a whole has done far better than most of the Western countries, and Maharashtra definitely leads in it. So this was, in my mind, the romance that we experienced of COVID. And now the period of lockouts and lockdowns has got over. But what is romance? Is this the only romance in life that all of us experience? If you ask a trauma surgeon or a surgeon like me, and mind you, in spite of all these top administrative positions, I operate every day in the morning. My last case I have done yesterday morning, and my next case is scheduled on Monday morning. I think the romance for a surgeon is when he salvages a liver trauma or a runover type of an accident with multiple orthopedic fractures, and when the patient goes home. That is the best feeling a surgeon gets, and that is the romance in a surgeon's life. And the so is true for a physician when a Guillain-Barré syndrome walks up after immunoglobulin therapy and various other things. We experienced this romance significant number of times in the last 2 years, when people coming out of high flow nasal cannula, people coming out of invasive ventilators and going home. Yes, the fact remains to be admitted that we also lost a significant number of our own colleagues and our own people. So the romance in my mind is beyond this. What is romance in literature? You heard that I write books, 153 books, and the last one I have completed about 10 days back, and that's autobiography of Dr. Chintan Udwadia, very noted, respected guru of ours like Ambedkar sir. There is a lot I can take up from these people's lives, and I want to be a conduit to pass it on to the next generation residents. So the very essence of romance, according to Oscar Wilde, is uncertainty. Now look at this. For a literary person, for a commoner like Oscar Wilde, it is a field of dahlias and bougainvilleas waving gently in a soft summer breeze. That's a romance. The sun peeking from behind the clouds after a quick shower. That's a romance. A lazy fog rolling across the silky bay and the sheep horns in the background. The haunting, scintillating cries of a boat and a deliciously dazzling, drenching rain shower in the afternoon and an aromatic smell of coffee is romance. And he says that the nucleus of this romance is uncertainty. जब कल होगा या न होगा इसका अंदाजा नहीं लग सकता तब जिंदगी में रोमांच आता है. Now put this role to COVID and see, you will imagine. Uncertainty was the watchword in COVID for the last 2 years. When we started our work, we didn't know basically what are the symptoms. It all started with cough, cold, change of voice and various things. Till in the month of May 2020, loss of smell and loss of taste were identified and added as new symptoms. So we were uncertain about symptoms. Changing images. CT scan did help us, but we could never prognosticate from CT scan, and therefore we opposed the concept of deriving a numerical index out of ground glass opacities that you were seeing on the X-ray picture. The two things never coincided. In the morning, both the lung fields were clear. By the evening, you get them completely clouded. So the images were changing very, very rapidly. But this helped us in developing artificial intelligence in radiology to pick up a suspected COVID and apply it in a remote field by telemonitoring. This was romance because of its uncertainty. What therapy is to be instituted? Now here there was a confusion yellow. My Ayurvedic colleagues were telling me this is the medicine. My homeopathic friends were talking about arsenic. My allopathy didn't have any answers except me peeping into rheumatology and picking up their drugs and trying. Clearly understood the basics of cytokine storm. And to understand something, you have to experience it. Dear friends, in the last 2 years, I have literally lived COVID and literally died COVID. I've had COVID in 3 times. First was Alpha, then was Delta, and then was Omicron. So it was such a fun in the task force that they said, oh, has sir got a new variant? Then a new variant has come. But that Delta variant took me to an invasive ventilator for 4 days and an ICU stay for 8 days. As a surgeon, I visit theaters and ICU every day. I stand by the side of an ICU bed of a baby because I operate from 1 day of life to 20 years of life every day. This was the first occasion when I was not standing at the bed, but I was lying on the bed. This was the first occasion when I didn't exist as Dr. Sanjay Oak. I only existed as ICU bed number 30. And that was the first harrowing experience of complete dehumanizing of what are your achievements and credentials and qualifications and experience. It's all disintegrated into being a patient, first on a high flow nasal cannula and then on an invasive ventilator. And that was the time I thought of my family members. I mean, a very poor family man. And there were That was the first instance when I missed my grandson, if no one else, who was 3 years old. That was the first time when I longed for a video call from ICU. So as soon as I got back to my shoes, I drafted a policy and we started video calling from ICUs to patients' homes all across the state of Maharashtra. So experiencing something what the patients are undergoing is romance of COVID, and I have had my hand in it. Admissions was a problem, but we anticipated this. I remember in the month of April 2020, there was a delegation from Delhi came in, and they said me in a meeting that Dr. Oak, probably by mid-May, Mumbai would have about 1.5 lakhs of patients at one instance, and 13,000 of them would be on ventilators. This shook us. Because even if we could have put public and private sector hospitals together, Mumbai was nowhere beyond about 650 or 700 ventilators. We were talking about tests. And Maharashtra, not only Mumbai, had only 3 centers where RT-PCR was possible in April 2020. Today, Maharashtra has 538 centers where RT-PCR is possible. The same thing continued in the genomic sampling. So when the newer variants started coming up, particularly at the time of Omicron, and Delta behaving in its own way, we realized that it's only one center at NIH Pune which is able to do genomic sampling. Today, we have about 3 centers and 2 more being added up in the state, which will talk about genomic sampling. This progression from an era of uncertainty to a near certainty was romance of COVID in my eyes. And after all these things, outcome was a big query. You could never swear and say that this fellow is going to go on. I got the worst of experiences. One of my pediatric colleagues from Bhusawar, he was admitted in 40s. He used to refer cases to me for 30 long years and I used to operate them. He telephones and says, Sanjay, yavedela mala nahi vatat mi parat ghari jaye. And this was immediately after I was discharged. So I said, no, don't say that. You will be all right. You will go home. Only to know, you get a call from Fortis next day early morning, that is no more. How many of our doctors we have lost? This uncertainty was not romantic, but it sent a chilling fear down the spine. So when it hit us initially, we didn't know what to do. We didn't know who should treat it. This was certainly not a cakewalk for only preventive medicine. This was certainly not an issue for only infectious diseases consultant. So we had an initial share of resistance. When I put my foot down, my orthopedic surgeon said, "Mera kya kaam hai?" My ENT surgeon said, "Me kai karu?" Later the mucormycosis told them that only you can do it. But each one of the individual faculty people started asking me, but why are you roping in for the management when this is not my specialty? This is yet another interesting lecture that I give when I pick up the similarities between last 2 years of COVID and Mahabharata. When we go to ICU, we see our own residents, our own colleagues, our own relatives connected to a ventilator or something, and then we become Arjun, Siddhanti mama gatrani mukham cha parishishyati. I'm no vigor to treat them because I don't know against whom I am fighting and what are the medicines that I should be giving. This element of uncertainty of COVID gave me a second boost from Mahabharata. when Krishna tells to Arjuna that remember your Swadharma. Your Swadharma is you have become MBBS, you have become BAS, you have become a homeopath doctor, and your basic Swadharma is to work for sustaining and salvaging the human life. Forget whether you are a pediatric surgeon, orthopedic surgeon, neurosurgeon, or a cardiac surgeon. Today we need you as a basic person to support. This did take some time for this feeling to percolate. But when I look back on the last 2 years, I can make 2 emphatic statements why we were successful, if that is a success. A, for the first time in 75 years after our independence, public health sector and private health sector came together and worked as one entity. Otherwise, public health sector criticizes private and private feels that public is useless. But this was an occasion when both gelled, and that symbiosis helped us to take ahead. I remember May 2020, I was standing in Dharavi with a chilling fear down that what will happen if this outbreaks here? And then came the thought of using pulse oximeter as a screening tool and using my ASHA workers to go from Jhopdi to Jubi Jhopdi and find out who is more prone for a deterioration in oxygen. Look, all of us in this hall are about 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus. In all these years, swear and tell me, have we ever bothered whether we are breathing in or out? But the last 2 years we were monitoring SpO2. मेरा 92 हो गया, मेरा 90 हो गया. So when the things were leaving you, you realize the value of that. That was romancing COVID. And the last point was long-term security. I'm happy that today my talk will be followed by none other but by our Guru, Ambedkar sir, who would probably be talking about achievements and balances beyond bank balances. That is what COVID taught us in the last 2 years. These farmhouses and Mers and Audis and I am nothing. I felt that tomorrow when I die, my corpse is going to go in a municipal corporation hearse. Forget my Mers and my Audi. What's the use of that? That was an idea that gave me and the whole society a different perspective in looking towards life. That was romance in the COVID. So what did COVID-19 do to us? It gave us an opportunity to pause and ponder. It also changed the priorities of my life and for everyone. Remaining alive was expensive. बाकी सब सस्ता था, जिंदगी महंगी हो गई. That is what COVID taught us. We learned the importance of oxygen and clean air. Sustainable environment became a priority, and early first consultation was underlined. Most of the cases that were lost because of late arrivals in the hospital. So the early first consultation was underlined, and one more thing that helped overall India was protocolized management. See, in medical field, more senior you become, you tend to use a phrase, in my experience. And that in my experience at times is questionable. This was the first time when the task force said, this is the protocol. We are answerable to your queries. So what did Honorable Chief Minister Mr. Thackeray did? He said, Dr. O, don't stop at only writing. So there were daily meetings arranged all across Maharashtra, when the task force members talked with everybody, Gadinlas, Gadchiroli, Zar, you name a district, and it was connected. And we answered their queries. We took it a step further, and we had direct one-to-one contact with Sarpanch of Gram Panchayats of the state of Maharashtra. That gave me a different insight. See, I was born in Mumbai, educated in Pune, medically educated in Mirrors, subsequently in Mumbai, then in England and America, where I had seen the two interiors of Maharashtra and India. COVID taught me to look at Bharat coming out of India, and in my mind, that was a romance that I had with COVID. On a mega scale, public and private sectors work together. There are arguments as to why you are blocking the number of beds, why you are freezing the amount of money to be charged. All those things happen. Oxygen generation plants came into existence. In the month of July and August 2020, when the second wave started showing its real colors, that was the only time when I felt sorry as to why I have become a MBBS doctor, because I saw some patients dropping down for want of oxygen. That was the time the task force put down its foot and we said every hospital that has more than 200 beds will have its own oxygen generating plant. This was passed by the cabinet and today it's a kind of legislation being adopted. Health policies evolve for a better, and the most important thing is allocation to health sector improved. See, India is a country that we have been shouting for last 7 decades for better GDP allocation to health sector. And we were trotting around 1.3% to 1.5% when America spends about 17%. But forget America, some of our neighbors also spend more than what we spend. Now, those things are changing. And you see about, if you all put things together, you see about 5.8 to about 7.5% of your GDP being allocated to health sector issues. There were black spots, black marketing of drugs, particularly remdesivir, and then subsequently even the vaccines in its early phase. It was a sad part that we experienced in this particular pandemic. So it changed 6 things for us health sector in the future. It changed the priorities, it changed allocation. Insurance sector got a boost. And that is a good thing that should happen for our country, that the out-of-pocket expense for healthcare spending should go down. And that seems to be now happening. Rational drug prescriptions came into existence. Make in India movement, that got a momentum, and things which were about 70,000, 80,000 dropped down to about 700 and even lesser than that. Reaching to the poorest of the poor became the topmost agenda in this management of pandemic. So, Dr. Geeta Madam and everybody, to me, ROMANS is an acronym. R stands for rational thinking second to none. This pandemic has taught us to think rationally about health sector. O, omnipresent truth is hard to digest. We never said that COVID has gone. People in Mumbai felt that, oh, it's gone. So the masks went for a toss. The locals were opened up. I was summoned to Mumbai High Court by Chief Justice n number of times as to Dr. why this stay. And today also, we are fighting cases against us in Supreme Court and High Court for why did we do a particular thing. We accept that. Some truths are hard to digest, but they are omnipresent. Miracles are far-fetched. Don't think that there will be one wonder drug. In fact, COVID defeated all the drugs. Remdesivir came and we felt, oh, we have got the magic bullet. 3 months down the line, useless. Tocilizumab, oh, this is the drug for cytokine storm. 2.5 months down the line, useless. Plasma therapy. So we at the state level made a massive movement of plasma collection. Today, a big question on plasma therapy. So COVID taught us that miracles are far-fetched. 4 A's of healthcare are the building blocks: availability, accessibility, affordability, and the last one I always add for public health sector, accountability. You must be accountable for every rupee that you are spending and for every decision that is being taken. These are the 4 A's that we pick up. Negativity needs to be countered. There is always negativity in the health unit, in the hospital, in the ICU, in your OPDs. It needs to be countered. C is for concern, care and compassion. That you need to care for them. You need to care for people with love. And lastly, excellence is never an accident. If you apply yourselves, you pick up this romance. And this is the romance of COVID in my mind, which I will teach to all my health sector students in various universities where I go and teach them. This was a picture that brought tears to our eyes. The similar pictures from Uttar Pradesh showing bodies floating in Ganges and other rivers. But this was a reality. For the first time in my life, see, when you become administrator, when you become director and all these things, you get phone calls. It's common. I mean, these things do happen. For the first time, I got phone calls. Sir, your bodies are a local funeral pyro. These type of telephone calls came out of this. No epidemic is ever just a health issue phenomenon in isolation. It touches and it emphasizes various things on the global scenario. So pandemic will continue to steal your lives and livelihoods. 30% of people lost their jobs. And the remaining 30% had salary cuts. So it changed the perspective of individual earnings. Millions of girls in some countries, they were dropped out of school and they never rejoined. So that's another problem that we will have to address. It's setting us back on the decades of progress in tracking the global poverty as an issue. And remember, until we get the virus defeated everywhere, world economy is not going to return to normal. Even yesterday when we had the meeting with Honorable CM, we took a review. The prevalent variants now are BA4 and BA5, and we are seeing them in Maharashtra. They are behaving in a funny manner. This time the presenting symptoms are just fever, change of voice, and that's all. The worst is the number of tests have dropped down. People want to isolate themselves so that the others in the family do not suffer. So you are having a virus, but you are not being given an opportunity to detect it. That's another problem. So unless and until we eradicate this, and how will we eradicate? One day this will become endemic. It is not going to go. So Dr. Geeta Madam said that with dissenting, unliking partners that you stay in romance, yes, COVID virus is like that. It teaches us to sleep with our enemy. That's the whole problem here. But it taught us that local communities must be put in the center. The policies should be not only central driven, but the policies should be community oriented. And community participation is the key if you want to make this particular thing successful. What were the major issues that you and me faced in hospitals and in the health sector? Burnout syndromes. I have lots of photographs of residents and doctors just lying this on problems. People have not gone home. Even when as a chief of COVID task force, when I used to go home after our third day, people in my building used to look at this like this. Sir, तुम्ही कशाला घरी आले? तुमच्यामुळे आपल्या सगळ्या बिल्डिंगला कोविड मिळाले. So that phenomenon of ostracization of the medical community we all experience. People were not joining because they felt that there are very few advancing opportunities. So we had staff shortages, we had burnouts, we had high turnover rates, poor organization culture, bad working hours, and lack of technological resources. All these things were faced by us. But more than a health crisis, COVID-19 has impacted and has started showing the long-term impacts of this. Have you thought of this person who is not you and me, who is probably sitting in the Mofussil area in a remote farmland of India and marginalized person? What is his fate? Have you thought of mass reverse migrations that have happened? This happened in the month of May 2002 or June. This was the only point where I had a bitter argument with Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And I said, sir, we need to do something more. This is an exodus movement that only reminds me of partition of 1947. And we lost lives in such kind of migrations. This is a little ISO in my mind in the management of COVID. So it impacted agriculture and allied activities. It impacted manufacturing sector. Not only large ones like Mercedes and Telco and other things, but even the micro, small and medium enterprises were hit. Financial market and institutions suffered. School dropouts, gender inequalities, cases of domestic violence. My psychiatric colleagues stepped in for counseling and for remote tele-counseling. There were issues of discords and divorces. There were issues of women being beaten out of frustration. Till one day, I got a case in Sion Hospital where the woman had, and a fairly educated woman, had hit the husband. And I said, come on, you need to be congratulated. And I went into the details and she said, साहेब मी उपाशी राहू शकते पण ज्या दिवशी माझी मुलं उपाशी राहिली मी याला मारला. She was venting out the frustration more as a mother M rather than as a woman W. This is what we have seen. Poverty and job losses and psychological impact. But was all of that bad? Did we have some positive impact of coronavirus? Yes. And here comes Martin Luther King who says, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in the moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in the challenges and controversies. And that is what we did in Maharashtra. It helped quite a few things. What are the few things that it helped? It helped you to build genuine relationship. It helped you to look at your lifestyle and like your cravings and aspirational purchases that you do in your life. Innovations to stay connected and help each other. A new wave of tools and software and telephony that came into existence. Remote working became a mainstream, and even today there are a significant number of companies where work from home culture is accepted as a reality, and education became digitized and affordable. So it helped us building our relationships. I don't look at this couple, that age of mine is already gone. But I asked Deepak today when we were traveling back from airport, put your hand on your heart and tell me how many times in last few months or years you have held your own wife's hand. I'm not asking others' wife's hand, but your own wife's hands. And Deepak was, I think, confused. And so would I be. So it helped us redefine the relationships and helped us to find the happiness in small things in life. This has opened the doors to applications that let you identify and help enhance the workflows and processes that are crucial to teach and learn life. Simple things like washing hands, that became a norm. My grandson, who is 3 years old, the minute I stepped back home from the hospital, he would stand there with a sanitizer and won't allow me to come inside. And when I'm leaving home, he is the one who reminds me, Abu, Mashko. So I think this culture came right from pediatric and remote working becoming a mainstream. Well, I have doubts in my mind about education becoming digital. Did it benefit us or did it harm us? I asked so many kids. I mean, the kid of the woman who washes in our home, he is almost a family member. So I gave him a mobile phone on which he used to attend, iPad actually, on which he used to attend the classes. And I used to ask him, are you happy with this or you want to go back to school? And each one of them said, we want to go back to school physically. So I think we will have to eventually evolve into a hybrid system of education, giving an opportunity for some Ekalavyas to learn from their Dronacharyas, but also making a possibility that people will sit across the table in the classroom and learn. It's a beautiful Sanskrit shloka which you can underline in COVID era. Punarvittam, punarmitram, punarbhaya, punarmani, etat sarvam punarlabhyam, na shariram punarpuna. Your wealth is gone, your wife is gone, your friend is gone, all these things can be regained. But once the health and the body goes, nothing can be done. So now, when we look at the future in the last few slides, what are the changes, according to me, the Indian health sector is looking at it? First important thing, medical infrastructure in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities needs to be strengthened. Well, it's just not Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, Aurangabad in Maharashtra or Panji, Margao. You have to look at Tier 2 cities. I'm happy to share with you that after my COVID, when everybody in the family said, enough of your CEO giri, step down and be little leisurely working. Actually, I became more busy, but I became a project consultant of erecting new hospitals, and I constructed one in Thane, and the second one was in Sangli, and that's a 350-bedded, 11-storied hospital, Vishakkal Abhinav Institute of Medical Sciences. So I think Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities is now the future, not the Tier 1 city, and that is the health sector future for us. Alignment with government efforts to increase the number of hospital beds. शिवधनुष्य एक तर गव्हर्नमेंट उचलू शकणार नाही आणि प्रायव्हेट सेक्टरला प्रायमरी आणि इन्फेक्शस डिसीजेसकडे बघण्याशिवाय आता पर्याय नाही. So both the sectors will have to work together. That was another message. Health insurance awareness, and that's also required. Government policies of health for all, Ayushman Bharat, National Digital Health Mission, these have been sped up exponentially, and use of technology everywhere. What was the fate of private hospitals? Now, I'm going to share you Mumbai experience. It may not be true here. But the occupancy of the private hospitals dropped down to such a massive level that giving salaries to their staff was becoming a nightmare. I was the chief of Aga Khan Foundation and chief of Prince Ali Khan Hospital. My monthly wage deal was in the tune of about 2.5 to 3 CR. I was not able to generate. Finally, I had to request His Highness Aga Khan to send money. But that is not a reality to one and all. And therefore, it's a misnomer that the government used to feel कि private hospitals भरपूर व्यवसाय करतात आणि धंदा करतात. It is not true anymore. They were on the brink of collapse. You also need to relook the services that are being offered. Coming together is an option. Marginalize your profit and loss statements. Handshake with the government. Evolve a hub and spoke model. This we learned from Fortis. My colleague Dr. Rahul Pandit, who is a task force member, leads the Fortis ICU. And Udoji said that, can you take this intensive care using technology to multiple places? And we could link up 50 ICUs in Tier 2 cities in a tele-formatted manner with Fortis ICU. Even today in Sangli Hospital, if there is a serious patient and the doctor over there feels that he needs to have a second opinion, this hub and spoke model comes to our rescue. Primary care must be nurtured. But what changed for an individual family physician, you and me? as IMA members, what has changed? I think again the priorities of healthcare. Vaccinations will form a prominent part of our practice. People ask me all types of questions. Doctor, how many vaccines you have taken? Yes, I have taken 3. Would you take the 4th one? My answer is yes. Would you take a Covishield or a Covaxin, Pfizer, or would you make a masala combination of all them? Very clear-cut answers in my mind. And today, we did discuss that I'm talking of COVID. COVID is an oration. And oration usually is not to be questioned. But I would appreciate if I could avail my presence today to your benefit and clear any doubts that you have in your mind. At the end of 9 months, I would suggest a protectional dose. Definitely to a health sector person who has a higher chance of succumbing and contracting the COVID infection to his patients. I would also recommend it to all the diabetics, to all the patients who have compromised renal function and are receiving dialysis, who are receiving chemotherapy, who have got some of the other type of cancers and who have immunoglobulopathies. These are the cases whom you should. So, Doctor, do you mean to say that we need to take it every 9 months? It's a headache. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But then go back to your childhood when we were all in our shots. Haven't we taken yearly shots of typhoid and paratyphoid each time the monsoon came? Haven't we got a tetanus toxoid done every 6 months when we stumbled from our bicycles? We live in an era of infections and immunocompromised situations. We expose ourselves to a battalion of organisms. I think we need to protect ourselves with vaccinations. Choosing the right drug molecule at the right time, that is something that will come heavily on us. Significance of vaccines, preventive care, and community participation. Anything and everything that you do, unless and until you win the trust and confidence of people around you, which is possible for a family physician, rather than a super specialist like me, I think you are not going to succeed. Care should be taken next doorstep and home visits. This is technology. You can take your ambulance, you can take your imaging van, you can take a portable ultrasound, provided the PCPNDT rules are followed, and so many other things. You can have a portable ABG machine, a portable CT scan now becoming a reality. So you should take the healthcare to tier 2, tier 3, and even beyond that. See, because that particular common man in the community, for him earning his daily bread is important. If he comes to your hospital and stands in your OPD queue, he is sure to miss the daily earnings, which he will not afford. And therefore, we need to go there to their doorsteps. Group practice. This is something I believe and I do. Even if I am going to do a small circumcision to an extended radical nephrectomy for a venous tumor, I am assisted by my co-professor. Not only in Sion Hospital, but even in my private practice. And if I am going to get 5 rupees, 2.5 division happens. I don't feel that by creating a group practice, your practice goes down. In fact, it is the other way that your practice increases. And the amount of tensions that are off your mind are phenomenal. Medical, legally, clinically, skill-wise, I think it's a better option rather than trying to perform just on your own. And this was again told to us by COVID. Rely and adopt technology. Network with the referring hospitals and virtual meetings. So dear friends, this came from a book, and this book is written by one Mr. Louis Gerstner, who was the CEO of IBM. When he took over IBM was not doing well at all. And he literally made a 360 degrees turnover. So when he took over, when the firm was in red, everyone said, "Are you stupid or what? It's an elephant. And you want to make the elephant dance?" And comes a beautiful book written by him, and it's titled as, "Who Says That the Elephants Can't Dance?" By managing COVID in India in last 2 years, we have proved that elephants can dance. That is romance of COVID. Maturity is not when we start speaking big things. It is when we start understanding small things. That is maturity. And we mature with the damage, not with the years. We have done enough damage to all of us. And I think we have become better healthcare professionals. That is romance in my mind. So dear friends, I think the worst is over. COVID has not yet gone. Post-COVID has now slowly begun. But if the phoenix can resurrect from ashes, why not you and me? Thank you. I'm open to any question.
We thank you, Dr. Sanjay Yog, for your wonderful presentation of the alliance with COVID. Usually, after their oration, there are no question answers, but Dr. Sanjay Yog has been very kind and he is ready to take any 3 questions.
Particularly on the backdrop of Omicron BA4 and 5. These are sub-lineages, what is happening. And these are variations in the capsid microprotein of the virus. So they may not be 100% effective. But finally, we are dealing with the same family of viruses. And that is the reason why your memory T cells in your own body are getting taught about fighting. So that's the reason, in spite of vaccination, you will get COVID. It's not that vaccination is going to stop COVID, but I'm sure that you won't land up into ICU or go on ventilator. And that's the reason you should take. There are articles which compare between 2 classes. People who have taken vaccines, what happened to them, and people who relied on their earlier COVID infections, denied vaccines, and what happened to them. And undoubtedly, the class that has been vaccinated has fared better. I really haven't. I mean, in my own private hospital, we have given 17,000 plus. We haven't given yet to 15 to 18 in my hospital, but I'm aware of the state. There haven't been really any serious issues out of vaccines. There haven't been. As I stand, she asked me about my post-COVID myocarditis. As I stand in front of you, my heart cries within. I have almost lost one of my task force members. Dr. Om Srivastav, who has been our colleague, a brilliant infectious disease consultant, suffered a massive heart attack and is fighting on ventilator for last 37 days. We don't know what's going to happen. There has been a sudden increase in thromboembolic episodes, which is known in COVID. When initial postmortems were done in France and Belgium, right way back in April, May 2022, these microthrombi and embolizations were picked up. They have now become a reality. So you can get a thrombus in CVA, and the number of strokes and hemiplegia have gone up. You can get a sudden cardiac death, a sudden angina-like picture, and a person dropping dead. Little amount of exercise and a person dropping dead. There have been several deaths of young athletic people returning from gymnasium, complaining of discomfort and dying. So there have been also instances of peripheral thromboembolic episodes and gangrene, and even small bowel gangrene happening. So thromboembolic episodes is a reality. And that includes your myocarditis. Please.
have been in charge of the COVID hospital in Maharashtra, and we are already going to have an endemic. Are there any recommendations to the government for the continuous vaccination over 5th?
We are looking at
This is the
further
last
future now. One point is production of these vaccines as a sustained exercise at the government sector. It's okay that initially we got it from the private sector, but to make it really affordable. And you will remember when the vaccines came up, initially they were high price. Now the vaccine costs are dropping down so much that private sector is not able to afford it. But the production of vaccines in a regular format by Hakim and by some other government plans, inclusion of this once its role is proven in an extended program of immunization, either as a mandatory or as a recommended shot. I tell you, MMR vaccine, it's useful. It cannot be included yet as a blanket extended program because the cost will go sky high. But it's an advisory given that you take it. These things will change. The next point that we looked at is sudden surge of cases. Today it is COVID, tomorrow it can be something else. So in how short time can government spruce up its ability for admissions? That was the time when I started working for first field hospital at Margao complex, and then we duplicated that concept at multiple places. And the last point, I was talking to government right from late Mr. Vilasav Deshmukh when he was the chief minister. And my idea is, I want to convey it even to Goa Honorable Chief Minister. See, in engineering sector, there is a special economic sanction zone, SEZ created, where it may be just outside your main city, but the light, electricity, water may be at a concessional tariff. And it's a promotional act given for the public as well as private sector to come there and produce things. I think it's time that we create such special economic sanction zones for health sector where we can make drugs, we can make implants, we can make instruments, and both public and private sector can come together for research as well as for direct clinical care. And I think Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, Honorable Ajit Pawar Sahib, has in this budget of Maharashtra put forth this idea near Pune. So it's likely to happen.
Thank you, Dr. O. I will now request our President, Dr. Babita, to present Dr. O with the scroll and momentum.
Before we go to the next speaker, we would like.
Yes, sir. But I will not. I will not because he's been coming to our shows so frequently that I don't think there's a need for me to do so. But for the benefit of the younger members of the IMA over here, let me very briefly tell you about him. But more than that, I would like to share an anecdote about Sir shortly. Sir has been teacher of teachers, a doyen in the field of pediatrics, a friend and philosopher to all his students. He's been the professor of pediatrics at the Grand Medical College and the JJ Group of Hospitals. He's been the dean of the Bardian Children's Hospital. He's been the past president of the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. He's a teacher, an examiner for the MRCPCH exams, multiple publications, multiple research works, and I shall not enumerate the list. As I said, I would share an anecdote.
Years ago at the JJ hospital, late evening a child got admitted with septicemia. Next day morning the child was sinking, and as things usually happen, a crowd had gathered. It was a hostile crowd, obviously. And when the sir walked in for his rounds, his resident team obviously apprised him of the situation. Having taken stock of the situation, sir approached the hostile crowd, asked them to accompany him to the side room of the ward, got them seated, and obviously spoke to them in Marathi. They were all agitated about the fact that they thought the child was not being cared for properly, things were not going well, and the diagnosis was not correct, proper treatment not being given. So sir asked them, is any of you a teacher by any chance? So one of them did raise his hand. So sir asked him, have all your students passed in flying colors? The gentleman said no. So sir said, in that case, should I assume you are a bad teacher? So he got slightly affronted. And he said, no, how can that be? I have done my best in teaching. Some of them are different. They are not all the same. So sir said, that's exactly the point. We as doctors like to do the best we can to all our children. It's just unfortunate that some are not going to respond exactly the same way. The penny dropped and the situation got diffused. The larger point here is that I'm saying not that the situation got diffused, it's the students under him who always felt a sense of loyalty to sir because he always had our backs. And we always knew that no matter what situation would crop up, we always could count upon him. Even at lunch, when we were with sir, he did mention about how situation was not going very well for one of his PG students, and he did went a long mile for him. Anyways, as Professor Oak also has mentioned, it is the legacy of all of us to continue the legacy of our teachers. Like he said, TEU or Temple Bardia was the doyen of manual surgery, and as Professor Oak has been paying obeisance to him by writing a book. Sir we've always asked him who are your teachers, and he has talked about Dr. M.M. Vage, Dr. Ramesh Tanskiri, Dr. P.M. Udani, and it's very, very fortunate that we are in a position to have learned from him, because clinical medicine is taught, the science is taught in medical colleges, the art of practicing medicine is not, and that's what you're going to listen to today, which is going to be very fortunate for all of us. But I would be incomplete while introducing sir if I do not acknowledge the contribution of one person to have made him to a teacher to all of us as he is, and that is a lady who is sitting there, Dr. Mrs. Amdekar, who has allowed him to be, and I say the word allowed, because while raising two children, Dr. Vaishali, a pediatrician, and Mandar, an IIT guy from Mumbai who is running up, director of the computer tech firm in Bangalore, sir was away practically every weekend, and he was allowed to do so because of this lady. I would request the House to give her a standing round of applause. Sir, the floor is yours.
Dr. Harshad Kamath will be the moderator for the session.
And thereafter, I must have visited a number of times, and I thank you very much for all this love and affection that you all have shown me. I think when I look back almost 55 years of my medical practice, I realized that we have advanced knowledge in science, but we have not yet understood life what it is. And I think that's a pity. We doctors are supposed to be healthcare providers, but we are becoming disease managers. ignoring health totally. Not only ignoring health of our community, but also ignoring health of ourselves. And I think that's where I suppose we all are going wrong. And if as doctors we are wrong, how can we advise the community at all about how to maintain good health? And I thought, therefore, I would speak on how to maintain balance in life beyond bank balance. And let me take you through all this. I think balance is a must in life in every aspect, because balance is to ensure a relative distribution to avoid fall. And when we look at the balancing act, it depends on multiple factors but demands attention to all of these factors. And I think we must be able to cope up with conflicting factors. I recall life is just not everything going well. Every time you have a black and white keys on a musical instrument, and the judicious use of both brings out a great music. Life is also, it could be worse if you are having only happiness all the time. Therefore, we will expect unhappiness, and even in spite of that, the life can go on really very well, and we should be aware how to take care of these conflicting factors. And I think what is important really is bank balance is important for financial security. But I feel as doctors, we are probably in the highest grade of economically sound people. Look at the rest of the community. And therefore, if we remaining at the highest economic level, don't talk about Ambanis and Adanis. They are not happy. And therefore, we need to understand that financial security is a must, but that never would make you healthy, happy, and successful in life. And having said that, I think after all we work and earn to enrich our life, then at the end of working and earning, if your life is not enriched, you have not done justice to your work and earning, and you have wasted your life. I think life has many components, and if you look at carefully, almost all of us must have, if not all, many of them we have neglected. Physical health, of course, which depends on diet, exercise, sleep, whatever. The mental health, I think, which is really stimulating the brain all the time. Even today, I like to read a lot. I may not understand, I may not retain, I am 80 years plus. But I still try my best and keep the brain stimulated. Any organ that you don't use well, disuse atrophy. And I think we should not forget that the brain will really atrophy if you don't keep up to stimulation. And of course, a psychological happiness, which we call it as success, and I will dwell on it. Emotional happiness really, spiritual. And spiritual is not just religion, it's that empathy or harmony. I recall having met one of the surgeons who left surgery and medicine and became a disciple of Ramakrishna Mission. And when I met him, he said that he just returned from US and gave a talk on harmony. And he asked me whether I know what is the equivalent word in Hindi to harmony. And I did not know it. I told him that I am from Mumbai, my Hindi may not be as good. He said, no, you must know. Harmony in Hindi is called harmano. Learn to accept defeat. Don't shout, don't fight. That is what harmony is. What a wonderful message that one gets like this. What is the balance of life in a doctor? Okay. If you look at the balance related to medical practice, we are all doctors already. Our life revolves around our medical practice. And I think we should have a balance between art and science of practice. We should have really a practice and updating. Even in busy practice, you need to keep updated. We must look at the evidence and experience-based practice, and also a traditional wisdom and modern science. I feel a balance between all these four factors are important to really do justice to medical practice, and of course, balance related to lifestyle. I must balance between professional and personal health. Must balance between profession and family. Must balance between success and happiness. Two things are different. Both need to be balanced. And finally, I need to balance between time, money and energy. And I will dwell on each of these factors. First, to begin with, between art and science of practice. I think it was William Osler who said that the medicine is a science of uncertainty, but the art of probability. And I think it's a combination of art and science, and art, not only art of clinical medicine, but even art of practice. And what is art of practice? The science refers to acquiring knowledge and clinical skills. That is what we all have learned and keep up to learning. But art refers to ethics, time management, communication skills, counseling skills, documentation, dignified and respectful approach, and finally the patient empowerment. Please note that the science is always changing, it's dynamic. What I read 50 years ago became obsolete in the next 10 years, and today what I read will be obsolete in the next 5 years. But the art of medical practice has never died for generations to come. Is it not pity that we go on trying to learn more and more about science at the cost of forgetting the art, which is static, which is time tested for generations to come? And I think that is the balance that we really need to keep. And one without the other possibly does not offer a holistic care. So don't be only after science. Science is required, of course, but don't forget the art at all, and look, introspect yourself. See how much of that art are you really practicing, and if not, you are not giving a holistic care. And what is holistic care really? The God and nature has endowed upon us the body, the mind, the heart and the soul. And when we use all that in patient care, what is the body? In a doctor's life, the body is the knowledge. What is the heart? An empathy. What is the mind? The commitment. And what is the soul? The inner conscience. You should work to be happy with your own self. At the end of the day, you should feel happy that you have done something worth being a doctor. And I think if you offer a holistic care, then it leads to devotion. We must be all devoted to our medical profession. And to be devoted, we must have a holistic care. And it's only devotion, which is selfless dedication, that ultimately results in divine healing. Imagine, don't pat your back when the patient gets better. There is something beyond what you did that made the patient get better. There is some divine healing. Look at a bad fracture. When somebody gets a fracture, you put a plaster around the limb and leave him for 2 months. Who heals the bone? Not the plaster, not the doctor. The doctor helps the nature to heal. That's divine healing. And when nature does not go with you, whatever best you do, the outcome is bad. And I think this kind of holistic care and divine healing should be really imprinted in our mind, that whatever you do is the best that you can do, but that alone can never make anybody get better. There has to be something beyond. And that something beyond will always come with you if you are devoted and with a selfless dedication, whether you do that. What about updating in practice? I think it's very, very important, because medicine is really a dynamic thing and change is always constant. But what is funny in medicine is you need to learn, unlearn and relearn. What I learned 20 years ago, I had to forget it because I had to read and learn something quite different. And I think if you keep on doing it, it gives you a thrill in practice and a joy in practice. The same type of symptoms that your patients come with, but each one teaches you something different. And if you do that, you will enjoy your practice really. And I think you have to really run twice as fast to remain at the same place. That's what one author said. The medicine is advancing so fast. And another author said, if you are not updated academically, you may be dead. Check your pulse. How true it is. I think each one of us will have to spend some time in updating really. Of course, we will have to learn by priority. There is so much to learn. And I think we must learn that is most applicable in your thing. Choose interactive learning. Okay. Just listening or looking after somebody who is doing something, you don't learn really. And I think it's an interactive learning that is possible for everyone. Only if you choose. The choice is yours. I remember how nature has given us a lot of choices to follow. I recall Dalai Lama once was asked by his disciples that if God is so great, why the God has given human being the pain? Why is he so unkind? The Dalai Lama said, don't forget that God has given human being a pain, but has given him enough ability to cope up with it. And he said, pain is inevitable in life, but suffering is optional. What a wonderful thing. Suffering is optional. And that option the nature has given you. If you don't use it and keep on crying with that pain, the fault is yours, not the nature. What about evidence and experience? I think both are the two sides of the same coin. And after all, today if you look at evidence, there are different grades of evidence, and the last grade of evidence is just anecdotal. And after all, who builds up an evidence? An experience builds up an evidence. And after all, evidence is for a general purpose. Okay, based on averages. But the experience adds on and fine-tunes that. And clinical judgment is the key component of evidence-based medicine. You must follow evidence-based, but make necessary changes as per your own experience so that you are fine-tuned there. And I think it's a kind of a combination of external research and an internal expertise. That I think balance has to be really obtained. And I think that is necessary again, not just reading a literature and following it, nor forgetting that and going by experience. You know, when you use the experience, you need to know that you are likely to be a biased person when you talk of experience. And you know the definition of experience. Experience is defined as an ability to make the same mistake again and again with increasing confidence. Now, you need to be very sure what your experience means. And I think you need to be very open to that. What about traditional wisdom and modern medicine? I look back what my grandmother used to tell me when I was a small kid, and I thought she, without going to school, knew a lot about the health promotion, which even at the end of medical education, I had not learned so much. What was she doing? She was following a traditional wisdom. What did I do? I searched the scientific evidence for what she knew as a traditional wisdom. Large part of our traditional wisdom is really based on scientific facts, but the language was different. Those days nobody asked the older generation, why do you say that? Today, science demands answer to why. And you would know that even today, we do not have answer to why. So we have answer to many problems that Dr. Sanjay discussed. We don't know why. We know what was happening. And I think within limits therefore, traditional wisdom has always a room for what we want, in spite of technological advances. Okay, imagine what Dr. Oak said, and he put it up in the paper, that an ICU patient gets more sick by being all alone there. Okay, lot of science is available, lot of technology is available, but something is missing. You might have read Atul Gavante's book on mortal. And he said that today in US, you die alone without being amongst your family members. What a bad way of living this world. We are much better off. And I think those aspects of talking about the modern science and traditional wisdom, I think both possibly are important, but modern science has taught us to treat the disease. A traditional wisdom has taught us to treat the human being in whom the disease resides. And today, we are not only trying to treat the disease, we are now on further technologically advanced. We start treating the test results, and now we treat even the test numbers. We don't look at the human being. And every sick patient who comes with some symptoms or some level of diagnosis has many symptoms that the patient never tells the doctor. What are those symptoms? Of fear, of frustration, worry. Those are the symptoms which are accompanying every sickness. The doctor needs to understand those hidden symptoms and address to them as well. If they are not addressed, you are not really doing your correct work at all. And I think, look at the cough syrups now. The traditional wisdom was of hot water or a honey, a lemon. Today's cough syrups are no better whatsoever. What advances have done? We know the cough suppression, the expectorant, the mucolytics, etc. But the benefit has not been anything different whatsoever. And I think today, therefore, modern medicine really is now not the final answer. We must have a traditional wisdom also. And I think traditional wisdom decides what to do for whom to do and when to do. And I think the modern medicine often lacks on that. And we must look at now that we must get guided by the traditional wisdom but follow the modern medicine. Both are important. Let me dwell a little on personal health. I am sure that most of you and me, including maybe, we don't manage our health. We manage health of somebody else. What a pity. You need to give at least 1 hour a day to your own self. And what is 1 hour a day? 4% of the entire 24 hours. Are you so busy that you don't have even 4% to yourself? And I think that is the pity really. But all of us go through 3 phases of life in medical practice. What was the first phase? When I passed my MD, I had a lot of aspiration and I was expecting to do rational practice and good to the society, all that. Okay, that slowly died out. And in my second phase of medical practice, it was a compulsion to earn money and then the greed of earning more and more money. And in my third phase, at my old age, the habits don't die at all, and I think I continue to do the same. What did I do with my life? Okay, now look at this exactly what happened. Doctors are known to ignore personal health. They have irregular eating time. Okay, they have sleep deprivation. They have lack of physical exercise. And why all that? They are in a rat race. And don't forget, in that rat race, even if you come first, you are a bloody rat. So don't waste time on a rat race. Now if you look at further, the time for patients, but no time for personal health. Okay, what a pity. And many excuses for imbalance, but the choice is yours. And you better wake up in time or at least as early as possible. And there are many ways of work regulation. Set your goal. I started my group practice after 10 years of solo practice. And every 10 years we added one more colleague in my practice. Today we are 4 pediatricians working in the same clinic, like a unit in a medical college. And I realized that when I was a registrar to Dr. Udani, we had 2 more teachers in the unit, and even then some ward boys or some clerks will bring their children to me. I realized that for them I was maybe easily available, I was easily approachable, but that means even I had patience even when my senior teachers were also there. Everybody has enough. Today I have 4 colleagues of mine at 10 years difference, and each senior one slowly wanes off his practice and does what he enjoys in life. Otherwise, we keep on practicing solo with lot of things. I think there are many ways of balancing between the professional and the personal health, but what is more important is how do you choose them? I think you remain healthy and work with passion. That is the only way to enjoy life. Even today at the age of 80 complete, I conduct a program called STEER, which is a 6-hour interactive program, and me with my 2 colleagues are all the time standing and taking mic to people to make them talk and make interactive. Sometimes the people ask me, sir, by sitting we are tired. Are you not tired? I said no, because that passion of doing it, then I realized that tiredness is in your mind and you call the muscles to be tired. It's really your mind that is getting tired. And if your mind is focused on something, really you will not. You have time for your family. I think finding time for the family, even in busy practice, I know it's a challenge, but it is possible. You must develop a work schedule, okay. For that you must promote group activities in the family. I recall at one time we started having a dinner together as often as possible, and on a dining table, no complaints about children, how they misbehaved, but everybody had to say how did the day go. A child was going to tell me what he learned today, what funny thing occurred in the school, and I would tell them what funny things happened in my clinic. It was an enjoyable time while eating, and I think that gave a bond. Of course, one advantage we had at our time was, in one BSK, we were 15 members, and therefore there was no question of not having bonding. Bonding was often there. Okay, today that is not there. Each one has a room to himself and a TV to himself. That really is not going to be there for that. And I think this giving time to family has many benefits. It strengthens the family ties. It creates a close bond between members. It nurtures the positive behaviors, promotes healthy lifestyle, helps to relieve stress by discussion and not by argument. This is very important for all of us as parents, grandparents, that encourage discussion but not argument. What is the difference between the two? Discussion is to find out what is right, argument is to find out who is right. Let your children learn to discuss and not argue. Let them voice their feeling. Ultimately, if they are right, you should acknowledge them because you are discussing it and not argument of it. And I think this possibly will help. Well, what is the balance between time, money and energy? I am sure most of you must have gone through this. While you start practice, you have enough time, you have enough energy, but you have no money. So you are stressed. You are waiting for a patient and nobody comes. Even a medical representative doesn't come because whom will you write his product? Okay, you sit alone for 2 hours and go home. And you have enough time, but no money at all. When the practice builds, okay, you have money, you have energy, and now you have no time. What a pity, isn't it? And when you come to my age, okay, you have money and time, and no energy. What an imbalance between money, time, and energy. So friends, I think avoid imbalance. When you have money and energy, find time. Okay. And I think that is very important. And I feel that otherwise you will make money ignoring health and then spend all that money to regain health. What did you do? Okay, why did you earn so much money? I remember there was a highly qualified person who had learned how to make business correctly, business management expert. He went to his village and saw a person in the hut doing nothing. He said, what are you doing? He said, I am enjoying my life. He said, what do you earn? He said, I go to the sea, catch fish for 2 hours. That's enough for me. Sell some fish, earn some money, enjoy my life. He said, you are wasting your life. He said, what do I do? He said, you work longer hours. He said, then what will happen? You will get more fish, you will get more money. Then what will I do? Then you can employ few people. What happened? You will get more fish, you will get more money. Then what happened? Then you have a trawler and you get bigger business. So then what else? At the end you retire and enjoy life. Sir, I am doing it now only. Okay, what a pity. Okay, see how the business management is wrong. He is enjoying his life already without going through all this. And lastly, this is very important. Do you balance your success with happiness? Two things are different. To me, success lies in happiness. And I think don't forget that. The success is you get what you want. There are many definitions of success by different authors. But in short, you have decided I must get 10 patients every day. Then I must prepare 10 patients. How do I prepare 10 patients? I make a non-sick patient sick. By trying to tell him, I don't think you are fit. You must order some tests. Okay, that means you are successful. And what is happiness? Happiness is you get really what you have, you are happy about it, but more important is you get what you need. And I think that is happiness. But what is more important is success is what others think about you. I recall about 20 years ago, one of the CEOs of a pharma company whose child I used to see phoned me and said that my company is bringing out a small booklet of 10 people's success stories. And he said, sir, I want you to write in that book your success story. And he said he will send his manager to me. His manager came and he said, sir, you must write your success story. I asked him, what is the definition of success? He did not know. He said, no, everybody knows. No, I said, I don't know. Tell me what is success. In fact, Robin Sharma, who wrote a novel called The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari, has given a wonderful definition of success. And he said, success is an unintended side effect. Make a note. Unintended side effect of any act that you do for someone other than yourself. Can you imagine that? I told that manager, as per this success, I have never done any such thing. I practice because I must earn money. Somebody gets when it is his luck. He had no argument. I chose not to write. The CEO whom I knew well, I told him I am uncomfortable and not writing. He pleaded me, I did not write. But I said, I will certainly read the book that has stories of 10 success. And when I saw the contributors, I was happy. I was not that successful person. Okay, I was happy that I got out. Because that success was seen by others, but he himself may not have been successful at all. I think happiness is an attitude. Okay, and look at the word attitude. If you give every alphabet a number, 1 for A, 2 for B, attitude is the only word that totals 100. Calculate that. You must develop an attitude. And I think make yourself happy with what you have. I recall earlier days when I did not have much practice, I was happy that I could go home early. And then when I started getting more practice, I was happy I was earning more. I was happy either way. And I think that is what it is. And again, the same person from Ramakrishna Mission once told me that happiness is the only cause of unhappiness. I said, what do you mean by that? He said, if you had no job, you thought you will be happy if you became a clerk. When you became a clerk, you were not happy, you wanted to be a head clerk. When you became a head clerk, you were not happy, you wanted to be a manager. So he told me, don't pursue happiness, otherwise you will be unhappy. Happiness should come behind you. You don't go after it. What a perfect way of telling me simply. And I think in life, give more than take. Because when you give more than take, I think it comes back with much more happiness. And finally, the success beyond limit, I think, kills you. Okay. If you earn a lot of money, your children will be spoiled. And in Bombay, you might get a phone call from somebody threatening you. On the other hand, if you are not that successful, that somebody might phone you and say, "Sir, सब ठीक है ना, खाना पीना मिलता है ना, कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो बोल दो." How happy you are. So, where is the problem then? And I think happiness takes care of your life so that you die young as late as possible. Which means you enjoy last minute of your life. Okay? And don't forget, friends, life has an expiry date that you don't know. Thank you very much for patiently.
Thank you.
Orators, we have another brilliant orator in a very exciting field of medicine. He is a distinguished senior health physician and counselor from Mumbai. He is attached to the Sir J.J. Hospital and Grant Medical College, and also he is attached to the Mumbai Police Hospital. He's got his private clinics at the Doctor House and my best doctor clinic in Goreda, Mumbai. He's an American board certified sexologist and a fellow of the American College of Sexology. He is the only Indian to be appointed on the scientific committee of the World Premier Association of Sexual Health, that is ISSFM, International Society of Sexual Medicine. He was conferred with the Dronacharya Award for the exceptional CME efforts and awareness in the field of sexual medicine by the then Health Minister. He is the course director of the first of its kind fellowship program in clinical sexology, started by Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, and this is the first approved course of sexology by the Medical Council of India. He is one of the members to form the consensus for the management of erectile dysfunction in Indian men. He has contributed several chapters, written various books and journals of diabetes and endocrinology wherever sexual medicine has come. He is also a cyber crime intervention officer appointed by the government of India. Now, Professor Ambedkar has told us that life has an expiry date, but this brilliant orator believes that sex has no expiry date. He is none other than Dr. Deepak Jumani, the magician who can raise any dead in bed and make the couples cry but never sad.
Thank you very much for that sexy introduction. I don't know why Samuel has turned off all the lights. Am I going to show some demonstration? I don't intend to do that. अच्छा पल जरूर आता है, men do get erections, पर तब वक्त पे नहीं आता. वो पल भी आया तो कुछ पल के लिए सोचा उस पल को रोक लूं और पल के लिए, पर वो पल न रुका एक और पल के लिए. This is the state of affairs which we have. Dr. O gave a very brilliant talk about romancing COVID. When we are really into romance, we know how our partner gets hurt and how we feel, and when she comes back to us, how we feel, and that's romancing. Waiting for her to come to us,
or writing some small things, giving some small gifts. That's romance. And that's what life played romance with Dr. Oak. He got, and when there is love, there is a connection, there is a disconnection, there is a reconnection, and there is again a connection. So this is what happened with him in his life. He got COVID 3 times. He got disconnected, he got again connected, he got again reconnected, and now again he is connected. This is romance. That's the true fact of life. And of course, my teacher, Dr. Ambekar, I mean, this could come only from a genius of human mind like him. In this next 30-40 minutes, I'm going to give you some nuggets of wisdom on how a man gets affected. It feels like somebody has hit a brick on his head when a manhood is affected. And I beseech them to bless me always. I have no conflict of interest, but I have certain disclosures. I am not from Congress, BJP, Shiv Sena or Aam Aadmi Party. I am not a follower of Shashi Tharoor, Asharam Bapu or Radhima. I am not married to Indrani Mukherjee. But I am a pure IMAite and have come to IMA Margao to ignite intimacy. Mitro, look up, Prime Minister's hands are down. He said, I have offered GST, what can I do? I have no other choice. Then he told me, Deepak, look, my hands are up. And I also told him, sir, I will also offer my GST. I shall offer my GST, and my GST to all of you is great sex therapy. There have been two taboos in the world, sex and death. And they are deeply connected. Sex represents life because all life arises out of sex, and death represents the end. Is sex a secret? Who doesn't know what is sex? But we need to understand that sex is not a secret, but sacred. Sex is the sacred song of the soul, is the sanctuary of self. Sex is a matter of physics, and love is a matter of chemistry. And the science of intimacy is both chemistry and physics. A startling survey said 40% or 45% of men are dissatisfied with sex life across the globe. And 62% of women admitted that they were not satisfied with their sex life. Impotence has been the main causes of divorces in India. So sexual dysfunctions does affect the individual. He starts feeling inadequate, low self-esteem, anxiety, depression, avoidance, fault finding. It does affect the partner also, and there is definitely a dent in the relationships. We all are aging, and does our sex life remain the same? Now we all are aging, so is aging a disease? And if so, life also is a disease. But beautiful evidence says that the main feature of aging process is a chronic progressive increase in the pro-inflammatory status, which we are all in. And this is controlled by a network of cellular and molecular defense mechanisms. And immunosenescence is the adaptive net result of our body's defense mechanism, which is in a dynamic state. When we look at aging, we have antioxidant system proper, angiotensin, two inflammatory markers like TNF-alpha, mechanic, and there is definitely endothelial nitric oxide which gets reduced, ultimately produces reactive oxygen species, reduces the nitric oxide, leads to endothelial dysfunction, and leads to all the complications which we see in our day-to-day life. So it's inflammation. Now, due to various mechanisms, stress, oxidative inflammation, cytokines, DNA damage, autophagy, stem cell, they all through various pathways ultimately lead to inflammation which we are all in. And friends, today, India is a diabetes capital of the world, closely losing to China. So diabetes also is an inflammatory disease. And one important fact we all should know that men die earlier than women. That has been proven. So men's health is an overlooked inequality. So the health approach should be the healthcare stakeholders like Dr. O should recognize the importance of men's health, and it should receive as much attention as it is paid to maternal and child health without diminishing efforts for women and children. Due to increased urbanization today, we are seeing deadly quadrant disease: diabetes, obesity, dyslipidemia, and hypertension. Friends, diabetes is the sexual health tsunami of our century. Every 6 seconds one dies of diabetes and 2 develop diabetes. In India, sexual health now emerges as a new parameter for strong relationships. 82% of people agree that it is critical for them to be certain of the fact that their partner is sexually healthy before entering into relationships. This is very true. Women are not concerned about their financial security when they get married. They want something more than that because they are empowered. They are earning more or equal to men. When we look at the male sexual response, which begins with a desire, leads to excitement, arousal or erection, ejaculation, and then there's a resolution. And when we look at the male sexual dysfunctions, erectile dysfunction is the first, premature ejaculation and ejaculatory disorders, and of course low desire. So what is erectile dysfunction? It's inability to attain and sustain erections for complete satisfying intercourse. Now when 50% of male population over the age of 40 have erectile dysfunction. When I googled, I found Viagra had 196 million web pages and aspirin had only 53 million web pages. A beautiful study done. Look at the mnemonics. Female partner's perspective of erectile. It's female experience of men's attitude to life events and sexuality. This was done on 293 female partners of men with erectile dysfunction. What did they say? Some women felt that they can obtain sexual gratification even without good erections if they had deep level of non-sexual intimacy. Some women questioned about their own attractiveness. Some women felt that the partners had some lafra. Some questioned the worth of relationship to be sustained. They wanted to go in for divorces. Some women felt that sex was something which could be avoided at a later age of life. But all agreed that quality of life was affected as there was frustration, sense of inadequacy, self-blame and insecurity to most of them. When we look at the history of erectile dysfunction, it was first recorded in 2000 BC by Egyptian papyrus. And they said the man is incapable of accomplishing the sex act and it could be either supernatural, evil charm or spells. Then it was Hippocrates in 460 to 370 BC. He reported many cases of male impotence amongst the rich inhabitants of Scythia. And then Aristotle said there are 3 branches of nerves which carry spirit and energy to this thing. And erection was produced as an influx of an air or something like a tire or anything which was being filled. Leonardo da Vinci was the main guy who noted large amount of blood in the erect penis of hanged men. And he debunked Aristotle's theory that it was just air filling, etc. And it was embryos pair in 1510 to 1519. He wrote books on surgery. But look what he says, when the man gets inflamed with lust and desire, blood rushes into the male member. He was also conscious about the taboo and he didn't write penis or etc. and causes it to become erect. Even Sushushta mentions about causes of impotency. Japan celebrates all these things, the International Penis Day, etc., to increase the awareness. We, in our temples of Khajuraho, see Lord Shiva with erect penis. So this is what was the understanding about yesterday. So let me give you a modern perspective of this. Erectile dysfunction, you can label a person only when he experiences up to 75 to 100% of the time during activity, and it should be with certain amount of distress and over a period of 6 months. Now this is a beautiful diagram to explain the whole physiology. This is the vascular endothelium and this is the penile corpora cavernosa smooth muscle. In the vascular endothelium, a normal endothelium produces endothelial nitric oxide synthetase. This enzyme potentiates the nitric oxide, which is the main chemical signaling molecule, or you can call it the currency of the cell, to enter into the corpora cavernosa smooth muscle cell, which converts guanosine triphosphate into cyclic guanosine monophosphate with the help of an enzyme called guanylyl cyclase. This cyclic GMP, through various mechanisms, relaxes the penile corpora smooth muscle cell and allows the blood to flow inside the penis. But sadly, this cyclic GMP hydrolyzes into 5-GMP with the help of an enzyme called phosphodiesterase 5. Now, when you look at this, you can understand as to where the therapies are. So, if at all you want a good erection or a normal erection, you must have a normal endothelium which produces normal amount of endothelial nitric oxide synthesis. Hence, erectile dysfunction is an endothelial dysfunction. So what we need to have? We need to have adequate quantity of enos, we need to have good quantity of nitric oxide, we should have something which will stimulate or activate guanylyl cyclase, we should have cyclic GMP, more bioavailable form, and we should have something which can block this PD5 so the blood remains inside. And we have PD5 inhibitors in the form of sildenafil, tadalafil, udenafil, burdenafil, and now new kid in the block, which is avanafil. So in diabetic, we are seeing there is definitely a link. So the three cardinal dynamic things which happen during an erection, there is neurologically mediated increase in the penile arterial inflow, then there is a relaxation of the cavernosa smooth muscle, and this relaxation causes the veins to be compressed and there is restriction of venous outflow from the penis and the penis remains hard. Enough evidence to prove that endothelial derived nitric oxide is an anti-atherosclerotic and anti-thrombotic molecule. Please friends remember, it is nitric oxide which is anti-thrombotic and anti-atherosclerotic. So if we want not to have atherosclerosis, we should have adequate quantity of nitric oxide, for which we should have an adequate quantity of normal endothelium. So erectile dysfunction is a psychovascular, neuro, hormonal, iatrogenic and even genetic issue. Because they found, after studying 36,649 men studied, and they found a single loci on the chromosome 6 near the single-minded family basically group transcription factor SIM1 gene that was significantly associated with this. And our own data from KEM, 56,000 patients, all were diabetics, and we found these men had erectile dysfunction, early ejaculation, low sexual desire disorders, and women had low desire and depression was seen in every female witness. Now, the incidences of diabetes are more in India and China. So I call it Chindia or the diabetes capital of the world. And erectile dysfunction is the commonest complications of type 2 diabetes in men. So Chindia are the erectile dysfunction capital of the world. Now when we look at COVID, this also is an endothelial disease. We know because endothelial dysfunction due to impaired pulmonary hemodynamics, the stress which the patient has ultimately leads to erectile dysfunction. And during COVID, we found this virus also causing damage to the testis, which leads to subclinical hypogonadism and of course unknown risks of infertility. So endothelial dysfunction subclinical hypogonadism, psychological distress, and impaired pulmonary hemodynamics all contribute to the potential onset of erectile dysfunction. Additionally, COVID-19 may exacerbate cardiovascular conditions, therefore further increasing the risk of testicular functions also get hampered. But very good thing is that what we found in the penile vasculature, we found coronaviruses. It is not a sexually transmitted disease, but in COVID patients who were seropositive, we found the coronaviruses, and in them the endothelial nitric oxide was less stained compared to the others. In diabetic men with COVID-19, we see cavernosal endothelitis and cavernosal endothelial dysfunction. But diabetes, there is a complex bidirectional relationship. Infections have poor outcome, we all know about it. That worsens the diabetes, it reduces the insulin, and it increases the resistance, again increasing the diabetes. So, diabetes is both a risk factor for and a condition worsened by SARS-CoV, because SARS-CoV-2 receptor angiotensin 1 converting enzyme type 2 is expressed in human pancreatic islet beta cells and is upregulated by inflammatory stress. Hence, in patients with COVID, we found that they had erectile dysfunctions, but it was reversible. But why should we be worried about it? So what if I'm not getting erections? Why should we be worried about it? No, we should be worried about it because it's a red signal for impending diseases and disasters. In fact, erectile dysfunction is nothing but subclinical cardiovascular disease. ED is the earliest marker of myocardial ischemia. This was beautifully proven by Montausic. The diameter of penile artery is 1 to 2 millimeters, coronary artery is 3 to 4, internal carotid is 5 to 7, femoral artery is 6 to 8. But when atherosclerosis sets in and if 50% of the artery gets blocked, it starts producing symptoms. So if 50% of the penile artery gets blocked, these patients will get erectile dysfunction. And we know atherosclerosis is generalized, but the same amount of atherosclerosis does not occlude 50% of the coronary artery or the internal carotid or the femoral artery. Hence, the symptoms of coronary arteries do not appear, which include stable, unstable angina, acute infarct. But atherosclerosis is progressive. Sooner or later, even this coronary artery will get 50% blocked. And so Kumar Bhatia beautifully studied the onset of ED preceded the symptoms of coronary artery disease by means of 2.5 years in most of these patients. So you have a window period of durability of 2 to 3 years where if you ask your patient who have a history of metabolic syndrome in their family that do you have problems in making love, and if he says yes, you can retard the onset of critical events like myocardial infarction or stroke in his life. So it's definitely that penile attack equates heart attack. ED is a sentinel marker of silent ischemia. When we look at the progression of cardiovascular disease, it begins from the endothelial dysfunction, leading to clinical events. All these patients had erectile dysfunction as a symptom in these patients. So in fact, ED could be a prognostic value of patients having cardiovascular disease. So enough wealth of compelling evidence to prove that erectile dysfunction is a risk factor for coronary artery disease. Now, for 136,306 patients, they came late, so the first line of therapy did not work on them. They ignored about it. Over 1 lakh patients studied in Taiwan, they all had dementia with erectile dysfunctions. Indian study from Jimper proves that patients with diabetes mellitus and erectile dysfunctions committed suicide who were on the common drugs which they were taking. They had suicidal thoughts, etc. So what do? Do we have a vaccine? Is pancreas transplant ideal? Is gene therapy therapeutic? But ED has become a focal point for men's health initiative which has been put. Now, the real world study says that because erectile dysfunction, diabetes and cardiovascular disease along with depressions are interrelated, so we should be aware that nature of treating of ED in a clinical setting has to be complex and holistic. Again, what we find is low serum testosterone has an increased mortality in men with coronary artery disease. Metabolic syndrome, testosterone deficiency and erectile dysfunctions never come alone. How do we manage it? erectile dysfunction today? First of all, we should rule out the psychogenic cause. A very simple question. If you ask your patients in last 15 days or 1 month, did you get erections while getting up from morning or did you get morning erection? If he says yes, he is got psychogenic or situational erectile dysfunction. He does not need any PDE5 inhibitors, all he needs is counseling. We have beautiful validated questionnaires, IIEF 15 and SHIM, validated, beautiful. You can diagnose the extent of erectile dysfunction in these patients. And how do we manage? We advise our patients on smoking, diet, exercise, blood pressure to be brought under control, lipids to be brought under control, HbA1c should be less than 7, eye, feet and oral hygiene to be examined every time when the patient comes to you. Do not go by the recommendations, the American recommendations say once in 6 months. No. I say every time when your patient comes to you, look at the retina, look at the feet and look at the oral hygiene. Put them on guarded drugs, work them on parat and give them. Cremasteric reflex and bulbocavernous reflex, very easy to do, can be done to rule out neurogenic causes of it. Eye, feet, oral hygiene to be checked. One office sildenafil 50 milligram also we give to them. Additional tests we do are hormone test, testosterone, free tryptophan, SHBG, thyroid, FSH, LH, prolactin, estradiol, vitamin D, uric acid, phosphorus, ultrasonography of the scrotum and Doppler, serum PSA free and total in case if you want to give them testosterone, digital rectal examination and Rigi scan. Oral hygiene, salivary tumor necrosis factor alpha can be detected just by taking a swab and seeing it in the microscope. And one very beautiful study which shows the relationship of platelet and lymphocytes. In COVID we used to do NLR, but I say please do PLR, that is platelet lymphocyte ratio. In case if you are embarrassed to ask your patients about the history of erectile dysfunction, look at the CBC report, look at the platelet, look at the lymphocyte ratio. If the platelet lymphocyte ratio is 104, he has got no AD. If it is 105, it's got mild. If it is 116 and more, it's got moderate. If it is 136, it's got severe. When you look at the CBC report and you mentally do a calculation and then you detect that he has got erectile dysfunction and then you confront with him, your patient will call you Sai Baba. How did you know, sir? I was not knowing about it. How did I didn't tell you anything? So this is what is very, very simple to diagnose without even asking the patient, without getting embarrassed. So how do we treat erectile dysfunctions? There are 3 more. The first line of treatment is oral drugs along with counseling and lifestyle measures. Second is injection of papaverine in the intracavernous tissue. Vacuum therapy, intraurethral prostaglandins along with counseling and lifestyle. And if all these measures fail, we send our patients to urologists who do implants or anastomotic surgery. But counseling and lifestyle measures are the mainstay of treatment for erectile dysfunctions in every human being. And 2018 revision of process of care said lifestyle changes must be accompanied by first line of medicine. We have 4 PDE5 inhibitors, sildenafil, vardenafil, tadalafil. Faster onset of action as in the past was vardenafil. They all have side effects like flushing, headache, congestion, dyspepsia, dizziness, visual disturbance, and they are contraindicated in patients who are on nitrate or having recent cardiovascular events, hypotension, anatomical penile defect, etc. The best for all is low dose tadalafil to be taken in the long run because that increases the cyclic GMP, increases the kinases, increases the dilatation, there is increase in thromboresistance and anti-inflammation and so this low dose PDE5 inhibitors, especially tadalafil, can be given to every patient who are diabetic having erectile dysfunction, irrespective of whatever be the HbA1c, hypertension, prostatic hypertrophy or dyslipidemia. They all showed good improvement. But what we have learned from 17 last years of clinical experience with giving PDE5 inhibitors, they are not the cutting edge pharmaceutical solutions. All PDE5, though they are effective and safe, yet successful ED treatment goes beyond a simple prescription and proves challenging for many patients because of lax compliance. My friend Dr. Venugopal, he treated patients with insulin pump and got 84%. Metformin has been now proven to be improving the endothelial health. SGLT2 inhibitors in the form of dapagliflozin because of the class effects we studied and showed improvement in erectile dysfunction in patients who were diabetics. We did not have to give them PDE5 inhibitors. Buried penis syndrome was beautifully treated with metformin, zeaxanthin and arginine gel. In 6 weeks, the penis started appearing. The novel treatments include low-intensity extracorporeal shock therapy and platelet. There are beautiful newer novel molecular targets which are available. Amongst them, the gene therapy, the stem cell therapy, and PRP have been proven to be little bit of promise, but we lack a lot of robust evidence. Phytonutraceuticals in the form of L-arginine, which produces nitric oxide. We all know nitric oxide reduces as we age. So if you supplement your patients with L-arginine, he would get adequate quantity of nitric oxide and his electrogenic mechanisms process will be started. Of course, with fenugreek seeds, which have got testosterone-like effect, have also been proven to be very useful in patients. So what's new in medical treatment for erectile dysfunction? We have a beautiful molecule called Avanafil, which is available in 100 and 200 milligrams. The onset of action is just 15 minutes, and it has got less side effects like headache, visual effects, myalgia, and the half-life is just 5 hours. It gets washed out from your body in 5 hours. So even if you are on nitrates, you can skip nitrates and give this patient this Avanafil and start nitrates on the next day. So it can be given. A lot of studies have been proven that it is very effective and can have at least 3 to 4 encounters after taking this out. Novel molecules include SLX2104, Virodenafil, Lodenafil, Carbonate, all. Newer therapies include melanocortin receptor agonists, which are still in the pipeline, but they are showing. Now, what is need to understand is ED a symptom or a disease? If it is a symptom, you give them pharmacotherapy, he'll be very happy. But then again, he gets ED back. It's not curing it. If you want to have cure as a disease, you need to give them regenerative medicine in the form of L-arginine, fenugreek, etc., or some other phytonutraceutical, or stem cell therapy, or PRPs, etc. So treating ED right till date, none of these therapies, however, reverse the pathology of erections, which is endothelial dysfunctions. None of these therapies restore the endothelium. We have stem cells given to patients who are diabetics. 15 million human umbilical cord cells were given. In most of these patients, they regain morning erections in 3 months, and their insulin resistance also improved. What I want to tell you is, let me take you to the deepest portion of wisdom on erectile dysfunction. Yes, we have empagliflozin, that is SGLT2 inhibitors, and metformin. This is a very good combination to give to your diabetics. But what we need to learn, that PDE5 inhibitors are therapeutic for even heart disease, diabetes and cancer. Because what PDE5 inhibitors do, they increase the PKC1 alpha, they increase the antioxidant enzyme, and they change the whole mitochondria by reducing the reactive oxygen species and increasing the ETS, ETC complex, and improving the heart functions and the cellular death. So that's why PDE5 inhibitors are just like nitrates for your heart. Recent study, direct study said that diabetes can be reversed. So reversal of diabetes is not a myth but a reality, and most of the reversal of metabolic syndrome is seen today with diet and exercise. And even Dr. Paresh Dandona started treatment with testosterone for 1 year and found reversal of diabetes in these patients. Coronary artery disease is reversed by intensive lifestyle. Dean Ornish proved it long time back with intensive lifestyle changes with 10% whole fat, whole foods, vegetarian diet, aerobic exercise, stress management, etc. So let us give you a ethical perspective on it. Most of the risk factors which are there for erectile dysfunction are modified. Like sedentary lifestyle, smoking, alcohol, etc. There has been improvement in every aspect of all the risk factors except one. And because of this, there is increased mortality due to cardiovascular disease. That is healthy diet. So we lack in healthy diet, and that is why even in India, there are more patients dying of cardiovascular disease than any other country. So Cleveland Clinic beautifully studied and gave their original research that nutritional intervention, only nutritional intervention, in their study showed that it can halt and even reverse the coronary artery. Look at this huge block, was completely reversed. Such a huge plaque without stenting was improved only with nutrition, only with nutritional intervention, no drugs, no stenting, etc. So the doctor of the future will no longer treat human frame with drugs, but rather will cure and prevent disease with nutrition. Thomas Edison said, about 100 years back. But we need to see what is the etiology, endothelial dysfunctions. Does it matter? Can it be reversible? Yes, it is reversible. Definitely we can reverse the endothelium. My teacher, Dr. R.D. Lele, published his study in 2007 in JAPI, and he said there are so many strategies to reverse endothelium. PPAR, alpha, gamma, agonist can produce that. Vitamin E, C, supplement with L-arginine, tetrahydro. So many strategies he is given, and then there is a mechanism in place where endothelium can be restored, endothelial dysfunction can be corrected. So the future is, what is the future? In the early stages of arterial wall damage, it can be reversible with nutrition and the strategies to improve the endothelium. So friends, the sexual fitness secret is, please love your body. Don't tell your patients not to eat this, not to eat this. But once he's 30 years and above, and having a metabolic syndrome family history, tell him to reduce salt, oil and sugars. Let him give a U-turn to his metabolic imbalance. Ask him to have a regular rhythm of sex life. There has to be vitamin romance and vitamin touch in his life. I find couples hardly touching each other. The hugging is joy, it's embracing, touching heart. So friends, erectile dysfunction due to whatever cause it be, all can be today modifiable, all can be altered and reversed. So my take-home message to you is, the sexual health of your patients lies with you physicians. Your patients are not going to talk to you, but you must ask one simple question in your history taking, that do you have problems in making love? If you ask this question, you will be surprised that your patients were waiting for you to ask this question, or have a debate or have a dialogue. Take a detailed history of this and teach him what is realistic, what he should expect, what he should not expect. And lifestyle modifications, it improves your pro-inflammatory status, improves the insulin resistance, improves the endothelial dysfunction, reduces the oxidative stress, and gives you improved well-being and reduced burden of sexual dysfunction. And what is lifestyle? You may be Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, whatever, but make lifestyle as your first religion and your only medicine and only food. That is what is important. And genes, 20% of how long a person lives is dictated by your genes, and 80% is dictated by your lifestyle. And 2 times winner, Nobel Prize winner Dr. Linus Pauling declared after receiving this second Nobel Prize that nearly all diseases can be traced to a nutritional deficiency. So see, food isn't like it is medicine. So you need to take care of your nutrition as much as possible. So we have 4 PDE5 inhibitors. Sildenafil, tadalafil, sildenafil, but they don't increase your desire. 30 to 40% patients who come to us are non-responders. So you have the Badsha of the testosterone. But we can't give it to all patients. We have to give it with caution. If we give it to younger patients, he may develop mesothelioma. Adult patients can develop heart failure or prostate. So who's the Raja of all? The Raja of all is L-arginine, Renucleic and lifestyle modification. That is very important. So in men with ED, all can be managed today, but it is a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and the strength of which body is capable of. We all can challenge our body and make as we want it to be. But what men think today, when they are after getting married and all, they say every wife is a mistress for her husband. They all feel that. Miss for 1 hour and the stress for the rest 23 hours. So this is what is the concept. No matter how much a man loves his wife, his attraction for the opposite sex never ends. Some married men will act on these impulses of attractions, others will try to avoid it. Men over 40 will always try to do everything they didn't get a chance to do during their younger years. And of course, they all feel the grass is greener on the other side. They all feel that. So, what is the difference between a man and a woman? A woman wants one man to satisfy all her needs. But a man wants every woman to satisfy his one that little need. Friends, life is like a penis, simple, soft and straight. Women make it hard. But that's not true. We should not be ignorant about the women's feeling. Men are very selfish. They should not do. They should remember that woman is a miracle of love. She is the best masterpiece of God. She is the best phenomenon in this universe and is uncomparable. And feminism needs to be adored, admired, trusted, and respected. That is what men have problems. Women don't have problems. They don't take treatment. They avoid. They deprive their partners of the sexual rights what they have. They leave them sexless. This is wrong. But if a man who does not adore, admire, trust, and respect feminism, I pray to God that that man should get permanent, incurable erectile dysfunction. You have to be passionate, fearless, and focused even in the bedroom. What's wrong? Nothing wrong. You are with your own partner. Why are you having anxieties about it? Unless we love and are loved, each of us is alone, each of us is deeply lonely. Increase your romance. Romance is so beautiful. There is no GST on romance. You must increase your. So what if you are 80, 60, 70? What's there? Compliment your partner, sing for a partner, dance with her, nothing wrong. Take her for a ride, drive, everything. Bring in harmony, which is very important. And always with your partner, be harmony. हार मान लो, कुछ नहीं होता है. तुम्हारे को कुछ नुकसान नहीं होने वाला. So you should, and look at her inner beauty. Don't change her, change yourself. And try new things in bed. Express spontaneity. Husbands watch porn, wives work in the kitchen. What is the signal the husband is giving to the wife? He's giving her a signal that he likes the girl in the movie more than her. And my advice to such men is that you both watch porn together. Nothing wrong in that. And the man should criticize the girl in the movie. That is what we do. And men have sex. They ejaculate. Once they ejaculate, they turn themselves on the other side and sleep. They have no concept of afterplay. What is afterplay? Once a man ejaculates, he should hold her tight, hug her, thank her, compliment her, tell her she was beautiful, she was awesome. She did a wonderful job, and do everything what he did during foreplay again. This is what is important. Because if you compliment your partner in that stage, you are giving her a signal that you like her the way she is, and that speaks volumes. My teacher beautifully says, "वो तो नहा के चल दिए और लहरें तड़पती रहे." So this should not happen. Avoid smoking. Smoking causes. You are what you eat and what you drink. Kam khao, gum khao, nam chao. Khush ho. That's beautiful. Increase your more activities. Those who love deeply, as Dr. Ambedkar beautifully said, never grow old. They may die of old age, but they die young.
Love. Robert, do you love me?
Do I what?
Do you love me?
Do I love you? With our daughters getting married and there's trouble in the town, you're upset, you're worn out, go inside, go lie down. Maybe it's indigestion.
No, go there. I'm asking you a question. Do you love me?
You're a fool.
I know. But do you love me?
Do I love you? For 25 years I've washed your clothes, cooked your meals, cleaned your house, given you children, milked your cow. After 25 years, why talk about love right now?
Rhoda, the first time I met you was on our wedding day. I was scared.
I was shy.
I was nervous.
So was I.
But my father and my mother said we'd learn to love each other. And now I'm asking Rhoda, do you love me?
I'm your wife.
I know. But do you love me?
Do I love you?
Well,
for 25 years I've lived with him, fought with him, starved with him. 25 years my bed is his. If that's not love, what is?
that you love me.
I suppose I do.
And I suppose I love you too. It doesn't change a thing, but even so, after 25 years, it's nice to
expiry date. Love each other unconditionally. Voltaire beautifully said, try and cultivate your own garden. Your partners for life, be monogamous. That's very important in life. Friends, erectile dysfunction is not an option for anyone. It's how gracefully we handle the process and how lucky we are as the process handles us. And so what's new in the management of male sexual dysfunctions? When we look at the desire, we have testosterone, L-arginine, fenugreek. For excitement of erections, we have L-arginine, Avanapil, and for ejaculatory disorders, we have depoxitin now available to us. So erectile dysfunction, though it's an endothelial dysfunction and emotional dysfunctions, early diagnosis can prevent early death, and education is the key. Because today for ED, we have got so many things to give to our patients that this is a symptom which can be corrected. So erectile dysfunction, friends, is a correctile dysfunction. And it's a really blessing to know that if you diagnose a patient of ED as early as possible, you can reverse the metabolic syndrome, advise him on lifestyle modification, give him L-arginine, fenugreek, and so erectile dysfunction is a correctile dysfunction. So friends, if you have patients of erectile dysfunction, don't send them to quacks. वो सिर्फ पूंगी बजाएगा, कुछ नहीं करेगा. Send them to good sexologist, and you see that he gets a good erection. This is my book, Sex Has No Expiry Date, available on Amazon. My last slide. Erectile dysfunction is the commonest male sexual dysfunction and undertreated. Is an endothelial dysfunction. Counseling, lifestyle measures, novel therapies can manage these functions. ED is very common in diabetics, is one of the post-COVID menace, but can be managed very nicely and make the patients feel good. Erectile dysfunction, we must understand, is the earliest marker of coronary artery disease. PDE5 inhibitors, short dose of testosterone are ideal. L-arginine supplement with fenugreek is a boon. A heart that loves is always young. Age, weight, height are just numbers. Lifestyle modification can reverse the metabolic syndrome, which are the common causes of erectile dysfunction. So hence, erectile dysfunction, friends, is a correctile dysfunction, and if so, sex really has no expiry date. Thank you all for your love. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Yes. Priapism with PDE5 inhibitors, none. I have not experienced any in the last 40 years. With intracaverous injections, yes, you get it. So at JJ Hospital, we need to admit this patient, keep a urologist on call, keep a resident with him when we give injections of papaverine to these patients. Till he gets effervescence, we do not send the patient back home. We keep the urologist and the resident with the patient. There have been incidences of priapism very commonly with intracaverous injections of papaverine. Yes, you can give. What is wrong with that? Tadalafil will increase the blood flow. Nothing wrong with that. It's like a nitrate for your penis. In diabetics, you will start with 5 milligrams, give him for 12 weeks, and on the day when he wants to have sex, give him a 10 milligram more. Yes. Absolutely. Correct. See, we are giving sildenafil to patients who got pulmonary hypertension, Raynaud's phenomenon. We are giving for a long time. And there have been studies with PDE5 inhibitors taken for 14 years. There are no deaths reported. Okay. So PDE5 inhibitors at times can become therapeutic. But they don't cure the endothelium. If we want to cure the endothelium, we need to adopt certain other strategies along with PDE5 inhibitors. But PDE5 inhibitors, even in patients who had COVID, post-COVID, they improved. But we need to correct their endothelium because they are diabetics, they have other metabolic syndrome, other issues too. So we need to control their metabolic syndrome and give them PD5 inhibitors so they have a good quality of sex. We have treated successfully post-COVID erectile dysfunction in patients, very successful. My only take-home message for you guys is please, in your history taking, ask only one simple question to your patients who are above 30 or around 30 years. That do you have problems in making love? If he has it at that, there's no point in asking him once he gets an angina or he's done angioplasty or CABG. You missed the boat. If you could diagnose it earlier, you can retard the onset of these critical events in their life. That is what is the take-home message. Please ask. Don't feel embarrassed. Get a CBC. As it is, you do CBC and just look at the CBC report. You will come to know that whether he's got erectile dysfunction or not.
I think we should all erect and give him a very good standing ovation.
May I now request our treasurer, Dr. Yogesh, to present a memento to Professor Juman.
Thank you, Dr. President. And now we have a few announcements, plus spot prizes.
I would like all of you to kindly clap for all these people. They put in a lot of efforts behind the scenes. We are calling Dr. Yogesh and Dr. Harshal. Yeah, Yogesh. Kindly help yourself.